Finally, be strong in the Lord and his mighty power. Put on the full armor to take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against spiritual forces day of evil. To stand firm then, with the belt of truth buckled around your waist, with the breastplate of righteousness in place, and with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. In addition to all this, take up the shield of faith, with which you can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, with the word of God. For God and country, for humanity, we fight. We are in this together. Where we go one, we go all.
Yeah, nothing I can do about that breaking up. That is all of the platforms because they don't want anybody talking. Facts. I'm just stating facts. That's all I'm stating. 100% facts. You know, good morning and welcome. I hope everybody is having a good day. We got a lot of stuff to go through. We're going to be focusing a little bit on we're going to be focusing a lot on the attempted assassination, and that's what it was. It was an attempted assassination. And the other day, I got some people, they were mad because I cussed somebody out that was in the chat. Okay. Well, this is my thing. We get these drama fed people who decide that they want to come in and they've got so much knowledge. Okay. They worked for the FBI. They worked for the DOD, everything all the way down the line. I can give two shits. I don't care. I don't care who you worked for. I work for God. Trump that. You can't. You can't. Been led to do this, and I'm going to keep doing this. I'm going to keep showing things. I'm going to keep exposing people. I'm going to keep exposing situations. I'm going to keep sharing truthers with you. I'm going to keep sharing people giving their opinions as to what they thought happened or what should happen in the future. Nothing's going to stop me. YouTube's going to try and take stuff down. Facebook's going to try and take stuff down. By the way, we should be live on Facebook right now. Whoops, I just screwed up. I just messed up. Oh man, I got to go back through all that again and get back to the beginning of where my stuff was. So you guys are going to have to bear with me while I try to get us back into place for starting this thing off. But, this is the thing is that all too often, these platforms have their own personal opinions or they're fed a narrative from the government that they're expected to follow. I get it. You get a lot of money from them. If it wasn't for our tax dollars, most of these platforms would not even exist at all. Okay. This is the thing. We paid for them. Class action lawsuits are right around the corner. Facebook allowed the video of P. Diddy dragging that girl down the hallway. All right. But they got upset when we played the video of Hunter Biden dragging a girl down the hallway. Those of you on Facebook, if you can share it out, now that we're back on Facebook, that would be awesome. It would definitely help us in letting everybody know that we are back and we are live. As you can hear the dogs barking in the background, that is because I have a water delivery going on right now. And the person didn't come along, brought their kids with them. And so things are kind of, the big dogs don't particularly. Well, yeah, you go ahead, Ahab. You tell him. He's so cute. All right. Let's go ahead and start off with this. Start off with some good stuff. But we're going to be covering a whole lot today. We probably have a couple hours, 3 hours, 4 hours worth of content here. Periodically, I'll have to get away from the desk and take a walk out and go out there. But let's take a listen. Benny Johnson with John Rich, country singer, message to Chris. Here we go.
Monuments in DC, and nobody even looks at them, right? We have some behind the scenes footage of you shooting this. It's really an epic. Again, you made a movie here. It's really, really remarkable. You are also the only man to ever get Donald Trump to wear a cowboy hat. So
That's true.
I mean, it's just winning all around, John. So do you see your art as something that is going to affect people through November, right? Are you like trying to call into, are you trying to like call back an America that still had some semblance of morality and faith in God? Because it does seem like it's just pretty much printed on the money, at this point. And nobody really cares.
Yeah.
It's just carved into the buildings and monuments in DC, and nobody even looks at them, right?
I think Christians that are too afraid to step out and speak the truth need to be reminded as to who their daddy is and what he has written and what he is going to do ultimately to this whole situation. When you go back and look at King David, who was the only man God said was a man after his own heart, the only guy that ever got called that, greatest compliment ever probably in the Bible. And you go look at King David when he was a shepherd boy and the Israelites are all lined up there facing off with the Philistines. And David comes out to see his brothers and he's looking at this situation going, why are you guys allowing them to blaspheme God and blaspheme us? And nobody's going to fight these guys. And they go, well, David, they've got a giant. He's like 10 feet tall. Haven't you seen this giant Goliath? And David goes, oh, you're afraid of the giant, huh? I'll be right back. And he goes down to the creek and he picks up some rocks and he comes back and he has his sling, his shepherd's sling, and he whirls that thing around his head and lets one fly. And he hits Goliath right between the eyes. And people think that the rock is what killed Goliath, but that's not true. The rock knocked him down. And when he knocked him down, David walked up to Goliath as he's laying there dazed and confused. He pulls Goliath's own sword out of his sheath, which was probably heavier than David was. He picked it up over his head and lopped his head off in front of the Philistine army and in front of the Hebrew army. And he looked back at the Hebrews and he said, are you ready to fight now? And of course, then they took off running and destroyed the Philistines that day. So if that's a man after God's own heart, then Christians need to step up to the plate. You are disappointing the boss if you were sitting around with your mouth shut, watching the world burn around you. This is not about politics. This is much bigger than that. It's not about November. It's not even about Trump and Biden. This is about good, evil, righteousness, what the book says, what the history that has been written down that is taking place. And like I said, the way our technology is these days, it allows for these prophecies now to take place. This is not even 1994 or 2004, and it's definitely not 1884. You know what I mean? This is a whole new era, man. People need to wake up, pay attention, stand up, and be counted.
And that was John Rich with Benny Johnson. Yep. Busted. Pumping in loud crowd noise. Not showing the crowd in certain camera angles made it look like Joe Biden had this huge rally in Michigan Friday. Hilarious. He didn't have hardly anybody there.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! We working on it!
And I'm not even going to play the rest of that because it's just like, yeah, you know. All right, banks are shutting down fast. Banks closed 539 local branches across the country in the first half of the year. I was telling you guys about this the other day. Hey, Don, good to see you, brother. Leaving more and more Americans without access to basic financial services. This rate continues for the rest of 2024. Then it will mean that we will basically we'll have about 20% of our banking left. Is basically what they're trying to say. Michigan continues to fall apart while Gretchen promotes her new book. This guy's got something to say about it.
Yep, that's your governor, Michigan. While Flint and Benton Harbor still have lead in their water, she's going across the country, going to Martha's Vineyard, going to New York City, selling her new book. All the while, she just spent the largest budget in our state's history, blew through an $8 billion surplus. We had spent so much money that this year we had to raid the teachers' pension fund to pay for their pet projects. We also have turned into the largest importer of toxic waste in the entire United States under her watch, and we have seen corruption run rampant. We have currently, the prisons in this state are calling on her to send in the National Guard because staffing levels have gotten so low and they are afraid of being injured or killed on the job. But Big Gretch is busy selling her book. That's what we got, Michigan.
And I feel sorry for these states. I do, to a certain extent, but yeah. All right, out and about in a very liberal area, and what? I run into a Trump supporter? Hey, New York is red, period.
Hey everybody, it's Peggy D. I'm here with New on the Street. I'm here uptown in a very liberal place, and I run into, what? Another Trump supporter. Hey, how you doing?
Good, very good.
Okay, so tell me about why you were at the Bronx, right? You were at the Bronx rally?
Yeah, I was, yeah.
You were at the Bronx. Yeah, I was at the Bronx rally too. I was on Jesse Waters' show. So tell me why you voting for Trump? Tell me why you support.
For a lot of reasons. Look at what we did, where we live now.
Yeah?
We are wrong. The country's on the wrong side.
Yep.
Trump 2024.
That's right, baby. We got another one. Trump 2024. Oh my God. Here we go. Here we go.
Bring back the train on the track.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, the train is off the track. We need to get back on. You know what? I'm so proud to see all of our people, African Americans, Latins, Africans, West Indians. We all supporting Trump.
We understand it now.
Yeah, we all support because they had us on the Democrat plantation. They won't let us achieve nothing. They want to keep us broke. They want to keep us sick. They want to keep us not progressing. Now, with President Trump, the 4 years, I don't know what they're saying, but 4 more years of Trump. Yeah, we need 4 more years of Trump. You know what I mean? All right, baby. Let's make America great again. President Trump, Peggy Dawson, News on the Street. I'm right up here at Fort Tryon. It's a very liberal place. And we seeing Trump supporters. We just see them all over the place. All right, let's go. Trump 2024, baby. Make America great again. Aye.
And we're going to see more and more and more of this. And I keep showing it because of the fact that I believe that it's important for people to understand the minds that are being changed. The minds that are being changed. The people who are seeing what's going on and what's in the best interest of our country. Now, this is the thing, is if Trump holds to his promise and turns the power back over to the people, okay, then effectively we can see change, but we can't see it and won't see it if the military doesn't step in first. And I've been telling everybody this. The military has to come in first. It can't be, they can't come in as a cleanup after Trump. They have to come in before Trump. Because we don't want, and we as American people do not want our candidate to be to be this catalyst of I'm only prosecuted because Donald Trump's president. I'm only prosecuted because Donald Trump's president. You know, Maggie O'Leary, if you are watching that, let me know, because I actually, I'm going to try and blow through as much of this as I can because I want to go to the RNC live and cover as much of it as possible. The problem with it is the consistency in the music and things like that. That tends to be a problem. But speakers wise, if anybody good is coming up and you want to let me know, then we can go from there. Great to have all of you from Facebook back with us. I am currently on Hawks Mustard Seeds 24. 25 comes off of suspension. Today is the last day for that. So I will be back podcasting on Hawks Mustard Seeds 25 tomorrow. If you are new and have not found that channel yet, it's all one word. Hawks Mustard Seeds 25, all one word, no spaces. Somebody else made the channel for me. It's Slow Country. Thank you very much for doing so. He did it all as one word. He didn't spread them out. So, but that's perfectly fine. At this point here, it's the idea of getting this, getting the channels built and continuing to go and keep putting as much information out there as we possibly can. So now some of this stuff that I'm showing you is from before the assassination attempt. Okay. So these are things that were leading up to that day that we didn't get to go through because of the fact that we tuned to the speech live. And so we didn't get to cover it. So President Trump putting do nothing Republicans in Congress on blast. And this is 100% accurate when you look at it. It's both parties. They're two wings of the same bird. Okay. The entirety of Congress and the Senate are do nothing, rake as many dollars and steal as many American dollars as they possibly can, funnel it to other countries and back into their own pockets. And when the time comes, hopefully that money comes back to the American people or back into our coffers so that we can, in fact, do everything that we can to make America great the way that it should be, So Donald Trump said, just heard from great Congressman Andrew Clyde of Georgia that the amendment to defund the prosecution of a presidential candidate prior to November's election did not pass, 26 to 25. It lost by only one vote because one Republican, Mike Simpson of Ohio, stupidly voted no, and two Republicans, David Valadao, I'm not sure how to pronounce, of California, and Dan Newhouse of Washington, the only two remaining impeachers in the House of President Donald J. Trump, didn't show up to vote. They must have had more important things to do. Also, Oh, thank you, Paula. Okay. I really need to turn down the volume on my notifications. Give me a second here to do that because that is very distracting to me. and let's see, volumes. There we go. Let's turn it down. So this way here, it's not coming through the microphone as I'm talking with you guys. Okay. All right. Where was I? Oh, also Mike Garcia of California and David Joyce of Ohio and Juan Ciscomania of Arizona didn't show up to vote. Thanks very much, fellas, for your great support. He's just showing you who is and who's not, right? Okay. Now, this is a report from July 13th. Numerous emergency personnel are on the scene following a tank explosion at a wood chipper conveyor facility with evacuations. Currently, numerous emergency personnel are on the scene in Savannah, Georgia, fighting a large industrial fire. So it was a pretty big mess, but it wasn't really a danger to the public. I mean, therefore I am. This is hilarious. The guy who got fired from Walmart for posting a fictional video on TikTok. He's bringing the receipts to go out with a bang, telling the whole world that his manager, Allison, was cheating on her boyfriend by hooking up with the stocking manager, Alex. Oh, boy. Here we go.
I just got fired for spreading misinformation on the internet. So how about I spread some information about my manager, Allison? How would your boyfriend, Wyatt, like to know that you've been hooking up with the stalking manager, Alex, since before I got hired? More importantly, how would the higher-ups like to know about the initiation parties you both throw for the young, attractive new recruits? You best believe I have every receipt necessary, and as soon as I'm finished recording this, I'm sending them straight to your boyfriend, and I'm sure he's going to be really happy to hear that you and Alex both hit me up for a three-way tennis match. You think you can get away with this, but I lose my job for a silly fictional video I posted to the internet, which, by the way, the video was not real, purely fictional, 100% made up, and it was fun. But you get to do all this with no consequences. No way. Absolutely no way. On the bright side, watching you get the consequences you deserve is going to be a real sweet treat. So mad.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to step outside for a minute. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, MSNBC's Lawrence O'Donnell explains the note he got from Donald Trump, including a generous donation to the Kind Fund. And while he can't accept any donation from a presidential candidate, the dollar amount will still find its way to the kids in Malawi. I hope I said that right, who need it. And this was on January 13th of 2016. Interesting.
This envelope last night from himself. Trump says it right there, the Trump Organization. Imagine my surprise when I opened this hand-delivered envelope to discover not another threat to sue me, but a check from Donald Trump for the Kind Fund for $10,000 with a handwritten note on the check stub saying, Lawrence, very good work on this. Best wishes, Donald. Now, I haven't talked to Donald Trump about this, so I'm just guessing that because the check is dated last Friday, that he probably wrote it the day after we had Victor Chinyama on the show talking about how he helped me deliver that first classroom of desks in Malawi 5 years ago, and how Victor helped create our partnership with UNICEF for kids in need of desks that has now delivered hundreds of thousands of desks to Malawi schools and has provided hundreds of scholarships for girls to attend high school in Malawi, where the high school graduation rate for girls is half the graduation rate for boys. The video that I bring back from Malawi showing you the barefoot kids sitting on those classroom floors and girls in high school talking about their hopes of becoming nurses and doctors and teachers and lawyers if we can just continue to help pay tuition. That video is very moving. And thousands of you have been moved to contribute because of those segments starring those kids. And I, for one, accept that Donald Trump's impulse to write this check came from the best place in his heart.
You see, this is the thing. This is a side of Donald Trump that most people don't know about. They don't know about the guy who changed his tire because he saw Donald Trump in his suit, and the guy went over and changed the tire. And what did Donald Trump do? He asked the guy how he could pay him. You know, he wanted to give the guy cash, and the guy said, he says, the guy said, my wife would love some flowers. So they delivered the flowers, and at the same time, what else did they deliver? The deed to his property, his mortgage completely paid off. Because what? The guy went and did a good service for Donald Trump out of the kindness of his heart to a fellow human being, and Donald Trump paid off his mortgage. He didn't have to do that. He could have just sent the flowers. When Trump does something, Trump does it big. He doesn't do anything small. You know, he does everything that he can to and donates to so many different causes and things that actually benefit individuals. And I think that that's awesome. By the way, they did, Trump went to UFC that night, in case you guys didn't know that. Okay. And during that period of time, Dana White gave $50,000 towards the firefighter who was killed there at the rally. Okay. So far, a little more than $300,000 has been raised to take care of the family. And was that I see people making videos. Well, maybe it wasn't real or anything else. Well, I'll be playing something from Script Keeper here in a little bit, where he actually spoke with somebody who lives next door to this firefighter's home. Okay. And verified that the guy's really dead. So this is, I see all these people, that are, no, I don't think it was real. It was staged, everything else, whether it was staged or not, somebody lost their life. Somebody lost their life. So do I think it was staged? No, I don't. Not one bit. Let's see. So Tucker Carlson's going to be speaking at the RNC on the night that Trump is nominated. Now, is the RNC one day or is it like a 3-day event or something like that? Can anybody tell me that? I'm just curious if anybody knows. I'll look for it in chat while this video plays. Nursing homes should be monitored by an outside agency. 100%. 100%. I was talking about this before. It goes on for 4 nights. Thank you very much. Okay. So, all right. I got people just throwing numbers in here. Okay. We talked about nursing homes and about the treatment that they had during 2020 and the situation then. Okay. But there had already been small stories coming out in regards to how some of these aides or nurses or medical assistants, whatever you want to call them, okay, have been treating these older people. And I'm going to show you one. This is probably going to tick you off. This is a little distressful, and it ticks me off. But this kind of stuff needs to be shown. Okay. Sue says it's Monday through Thursday. Thank you very much, Sue. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's take a watch on this one.
Stop. Enough. Put that light on. Enough. Enough. Look at you. Okay. Your ass up. It's your ass up here. I love how you talk. I used to control people like that. And they want him to keep every time he do, I document so they can keep his ass out of here. It's your ass up here. I love how you talk. I used to control people like that.
There's no reason to treat any elderly like that. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. You know. All right. Chairman James Comer reacts to New York Times and Washington Post reporting Hunter Biden as the de facto chief of staff. Oh, man. Can it get any more bizarre?
Congressman, I think you're the only chairman of any committee that had your hearing stormed by Hunter Biden. Mm-hmm. And he came in with a news crew and everything, and behaved in a very curious way, a very petulant way. You've very much been a thorn in Hunter Biden's paw, and now apparently Hunter Biden is the new chief of staff at the White House. Want to get your thoughts on that? This has been reported in multiple outlets.
Yeah, I would love to share my thoughts on that, because I've been attacked by the New York Times, by the Washington Post for a Hunter Biden obsession. Why is he obsessed with Hunter Biden? Hunter Biden is just a poor drug addict, recovering drug addict. He doesn't have anything to do with the government. Well, now the New York Times and Washington Post are reporting that Hunter Biden is essentially the de facto chief of staff for Joe Biden. I mean, are you kidding me? Hunter Biden shouldn't be allowed through the TSA line, much less in the White House, in conversations with cabinet secretaries and national security officials. So the fact that the media has defended the Biden family for saying, well, it was all on Hunter, Joe didn't know anything, this was all on Hunter, and Hunter doesn't have anything to do with the government. He's running the government now. It's not Joe Biden. It's Hunter Biden and some low-level staffers, by all accounts.
Yeah. Yeah. Tampering with evidence is third-degree felony, punishable by 2 to 10 years in prison, fines up to $10,000. Jack Smith tampered with evidence and brought incriminating props to the Mar-a-Lago raid. Lock his ass up. That's right. All right. All right. You have to watch this. Oh, we actually watched this one already. We saw that one. They are of a different bloodline, the line of Cain, of the fallen angels, the Nephilim, and the serpent. These people are not Judites, but became a mixed or hybridized people consisting of Edomites, Hittites, Canaanites, Judahites, Babylonians, Ishmaelites, Huns, and Khazars, etc. When they migrated to either other lands throughout the centuries, they retained their Jew or Judahite identity, but brought with them the religion of Babylon. Yeah. Yeah. All right. This video is will 100% improve your week.
Tá beleza pro pessoal, Heitor? Aqui, ó. Manda beleza pro pessoal. Dá tchau. Tchau.
All right, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but yeah. Yeah, kids today. All right. This is the type of personal trainer some people need.
Two minutes, 14 seconds. A new personal best. Nice job, Alyssa. My name is Mike Franklin, and I'm the founder of Scared Shitless Fitness, the world-renowned fitness regime that's fueled by fear.
Ah, come on. You got to laugh at that one. You got to laugh at that one. A new personal best. Crazy. All right. Breaking Trump Tower in New York City is on lockdown, and it has been on lockdown. Nobody knew if Trump was going there or not, but the building is completely on lockdown. So, moving on. This is our fake ass president, or the actor who's playing a president, giving his opinion after the shooting at the Trump rally. Okay, now this is what gets me. Read this as now Biden speaks after apparent shooting at Trump rally. Okay, and it appears that very, very few actually called it an assassination attempt. Most of them said, oh, Trump fell on the stage and the Secret Service rushed him off. Stuff like that. You know, tell it like it is. Or shut down. Do you remember I said this 4 years ago? 4 years ago is what I'm about to say is what I said then. People need to start gathering outside of all of these news organizations with signs and chanting, tell the truth or shut down. Tell the truth or shut down. End propaganda forever. It needs to happen. And until these news agencies, and who do I hold accountable for what happened on Saturday? First and foremost on that list is the media. The second is all of those politicians who called for violence from 2016 all the way through today. Every single one of them. Then I hold our 3-letter agencies, the FBI. The FBI is the one who is in charge of investigating this. I'm sorry, I can't trust the FBI to investigate my poop, to tell me if there's something wrong with me. I wouldn't let the FBI investigate my dog's poop to see if there's something wrong with them. And then next on the list, okay, but those 3-letter agencies that I was talking about, I'm talking about the DOJ. I'm talking about the FBI. I'm talking about the CIA. I'm talking about all of them. But the next ones on the list are the paid pundit and paid representatives, okay, podcasters. Harry Sisson and many, many, many more that called for this. They called for it. And what's crazy is I can post that I farted on Friday, have the post removed, and lose an account, but these guys can call for the assassination of a president and stay up. TikTok, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Twitter, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Now, it's one thing somebody reporting on it, showing what the person is saying, and then having commentary going along with it. And it's downright disrespectful. And you want to talk hate speech? That's what came from those venomous snakes. And that's what I'm going to call them. The snakes. The snakes that some parents let their kids listen to. Continuing to propagandize our children's brains. Now let's see what this idiot is going to propagandize.
I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We can't.
Yet, just 5 days earlier, he promised his donors that Donald Trump will be in the crosshairs. It's time to put Donald Trump in the crosshairs.
Cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. Everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I'm able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. So far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that there's thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight. and I'll get back to you if I do. Okay.
Mr. President, do you think this was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried for his own safety? With this?
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Script keeper. They're trying to make people fear Trump rallies. We, the people, are the cure. We told you this was going to happen. I guess this is the shot heard around the world that's put out by Script Keeper, along with some photos and a short video we'll get to in a second.
Lá em cima, né? Aqui, ó. You can see the guy there.
Now,
I think they hit him because the guy it looks bad.
so there are multiple people who have videos of the kid on the roof before taking the shot. There are reports that a police officer attempted to go up there to stop him, but the kid pointed the rifle at it, so the cop climbed back down and didn't do anything. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. DC Drano says, was this a deep state setup? Shooter was about 150 yards from Trump on a rooftop with a direct line of sight to the stage. It defies every security protocol ever written that this rooftop was not secured, and law enforcement personnel were not standing up there. But wait till you find out who you hear about who owns that building. We'll go into that in a little bit here too. All right. Dr. Simone Gold, I am in the center of Times Square. Not a single video monitor reporting President Trump has been shot.
Friends, I'm in the middle of Times Square and I just got the news that President Donald Trump has been shot, and I'm completely shocked. I've heard it appears he's okay, but look behind me. I'm in the center of Times Square. There's huge video monitors behind me, huge TVs behind me. Not a single report on the news about the president being shot. Now, on the other side of Times Square, we're looking over Times Square. This is the center of New York. You see all those video monitors outside? Right? See all this? None of them are reporting that the presidential candidate for the Republican Party has been shot. Not a word. Look at that. If anybody has any doubt about the depth of the censorship and propaganda that we are living in the 21st century in 2024, have no doubts anymore. Presidential candidate has been shot, and not a single mention of it in the center of Times Square. All of these videos, right? All of these videos. Not a mention. Stay informed.
That's what I'm talking about. You see what I was saying before? The fact that nobody wants to talk about it. I saw a comment here, Billy Jack. There was a drone because we have a picture of the kid climbing up onto the roof and get a picture of his. We have a clear shot of the logo that was on his shirt that went to Demolition. What is it? It was a Demolition Ranch, I think it is. And that's a veterans ranch. And the reason that I mention that is because I want people to understand that anybody could have bought that shirt. Okay. I wear shirts, about, in regards to events and things like that. I'm not talking about tragic events, just regular events. I'll order a shirt because I can't go there, as a keepsake, a reminder, of that event. In most cases, I watched them on TV, but I have shirts that I bought while at a Sturgis rally. But just because I bought something at a Sturgis rally doesn't mean that I rode in there on a bike. It just means that I bought a shirt while I was in Sturgis. Right? So without having corroborating information, you can't, you can't really know. But yes, there was at least one drone that we know of, because they got a clear shot of the side of his face and the logo on his shirt. So why the Secret Service wasn't, and I want to make a very clear point here. Secret Service agents have to be able to increase their size in order to protect a target, and those short women were incapable of doing so. That's why the women kept trying to pull him down. They should not be Secret Service agents. Maybe for a kid or a short person, but definitely not for somebody who's 6'3", 260 pounds. There's absolutely no reason for a woman who is not at least 6 feet tall and can block. This is the thing, is a Secret Service agent is responsible to place themselves between the shooter and the target. And they made it clear that these women were incapable of blocking a headshot. You notice all the men are as big as Trump, if not a little bit bigger. Yeah. So I just want to respond that to Billy Jack. There was in fact a drone. I will show the picture if I come up on. Actually, let's see. I think I sent it to Dave the other night. There were a couple of pictures that I sent to Dave. So let me open this in a new tab. This is a still picture, a still capture. Okay, and I want you guys to understand. Okay, so I got to click this and then this in order to make it full screen, make it big. There's your bullet. There's your bullet right there. Here's your bullet. But I also sent him this picture. And then I do want to show this afterwards as well. So we're going to open this also in a. Okay. We'll go here first, actually.
Never been more proud to be a part of the Trump campaign as I am tonight. I watched today as a man with blood pouring from his head in excruciating pain, with gunfire still being exchanged, raise his head up above the arms of the Secret Service who were saving his life, and look dead into the camera and speak to the American people and say, continue to fight. You see, it's important to note that President Trump in that moment had absolutely no idea what the outcome was going to be. All he knew is that he had been struck and he was bleeding out. But he wanted to make sure that if it was his last message to the American people, that it was a message of courage, strength, and more importantly, for them to continue to fight to save this country. President Trump displayed an amount of courage and passion for America that, quite frankly, I have never in my life seen any politician or any candidate for office display. And while there's talk all across the world tonight as to how this happened, how did we get here as a country? We all know exactly how we got here as a country. We got here because the Democrats, the left, the mainstream media, and even the voters who voted for Joe Biden have spread the hateful rhetoric that led us to this evening. We watched as CNN put the headlines out there that President Trump had fallen. CNN knew exactly what had happened because they were sitting right there in the media gallery. Every single major news network who pretends they don't know what happened and they put out these headlines making light of the situation are absolutely lying to the American people, tried to make light of the situation and pretend that it wasn't as serious as it was. They knew because they were there. But my focus tonight is not on the corrupt mainstream media or the corrupt Democrats. My focus is on President Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think that was a great message. I think that was a great message. Okay, so here is that shot that I wanted to point out. Now, TMZ put a tag on this like they own it. You know, that's why you see the TMZ. Yeah, fucking guys. They want to get some notoriety or something out of this, you know. So there's this kid. There's the scope. There's the rifle. On the roof. And if people were able to take pictures of this kid, okay, if people were able to take pictures of this kid, the snipers could have taken him out. And we're going to be covering a little bit of that today, too. But the one with his...
Never been more proud.
Oh, hey. All right, let me go back. Okay. So right after this happened, we got, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for the rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong, in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and I immediately felt the bullet rip through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. He said it flat out, you know. But he thanked his security, you know. There were some that seemed to be legit, but then there are some other videos taken from different angles that might give a different perspective that somebody knew that something was coming, you know. And this is the thing, you know. His head tilted when he went to point at the, you know, at the board that was the Trumptron, or the, you know, the big screen that they have at the rallies. That you know, the fact that he leaned his head, tilted his head towards the podium, and if he hadn't, then, you know, 150 yards, Fred. It was only 150 yards. If he hadn't tilted his head towards his left shoulder while he was standing there on the stage, that would have been a headshot. You know, so yeah. All right. Breaking: UFC fighter Evan Elder just gave Trump a shout out after the assassination attempt. The crowd erupted in support for Donald Trump.
Hey, I heard they just tried to whack my boy Trump. I'm glad that man's okay. Long live Trump. Let's go, baby. Trump 2024. Denver, let's hear it for Evan Elder.
Yep. These guys are supporting him. Listening to this.
Red Lab. The neat thing about.
Okay. This is about a 3.5 minute long one. All right. And I want you guys to pay close attention to this. Okay.
The neat thing about the med lab that was in the programs was this amazing table that you could lay on. And it, like I said earlier, it'll scan your whole body and we could see, you know, if there was any contaminants in you, if you had any tumors or anything like that. But the table itself could also, like the Rife machines, shoot frequencies in your body to realign, you know, what needed to be fixed. So in the future, I do believe these tables will be in everyone's homes, because you don't need to do anything. It can actually fix you, stop bleeding, enhance the broken bone into healing within hours.
You just lie on top of it?
You just lie on top of it, and through energy and frequency, it actually heals you and cures you. These fiber optics drop down out of the ceiling for getting a sample out of the body. It actually is like an assistant that knows already what needs to be done. These tentacles will come down and firm up. They could be so hard that you could use it as a spear and punch through you. They can actually lift the body up and turn it for you, these tentacles. Or if you want just an appendage out, it can support the appendage off of the table, or if you need it closer to you because, you know, of magnification problems, things like this. And it's all voice activated as well. And it's just intuitive, very kind of knows, you know, that you're going to be in this body, you're going to need to see this part of the body, and it does it. And like I said, it's very strong. These fiber optic cables, I'll call them, can lift the body up, turn it around, rotate it back and forth. It also can project through these like little holographic images on what you're working on. And it's overlaying on top of this an image of the bone, the tendons, the ligaments are all shown with light holographic on top of where I'm taking it. And it shows me exactly what biopsy to take from what part of the body. It's kind of like an AI, artificial intelligence. The programming of this stuff, you have to understand.
Clay B, I'm going to be talking about that in just a minute. Please do not blow what I have coming up. Okay, thank you.
Is light years ahead of us, and it's reverse engineered. You have to understand the table will know what is wrong with you. The table will know what part of the body to fix.
So the future with these devices, it's absolutely astounding.
Oh, it's amazing, because this is where it's going. If it's already here now in these compartmentalized projects, it's just a matter of time before we get it. Hopefully sooner than later.
How long do you have to lie on the table?
It depends on what your problem is. You know, were you just in a car accident? Are you treating some ongoing cancer? You know, is it just, you know, you have a tension headache? So all these factors go into, you know, the treatment of how the table would like to, you know, fix you. I don't know the programming of it. I don't know the specifics. I don't even know how the frequencies work, but I have seen people on these tables getting cured and healed. And a lot of these things are also up on the space stations that are up there right now.
All right. I'm trying to, give me a second. I'm trying to find this thing because people are jumping the gun and not giving me a chance to actually report what information I have. They want to just report the information that they have, you know. How about we let the host do some hosting and stuff first, okay? Yeah, but Clay is heading in the right direction. I am going to be covering that here as quickly as I find the information in regards to that. Give me a minute. I had to open up another window to pull up that information ahead of time, faster than I had planned on, because of that. So this is what gets me. Let's see. Okay. Bring this on over. So Jesse Waters told us to dig on the building. So I did. It is owned by AGR, or American Glass Research. They specialize in manufacturing of various glass products. They were bought out by Indicor in March. Indicor's CEO is Doug Wright, whom used to work for Raytheon and Ingersoll Rand. Raytheon is a former defense contractor with much shadiness attached. He also worked for Honeywell. Honeywell and Raytheon both refused to donate to anyone voting against certifying Biden on J6. I don't think it's a coincidence that Soros' tweet featured a picture of broken glass and the would-be assassin fired from the top of a damn glass factory. So I'm going to make this big. And remember this post here last year, the crime and inflation crisis is largely evaporated. So did the leading theories about what had caused them. This was posted by Alex Soros. Bullet hole in glass, $47. Okay. Indicor announces acquisition of AGR. Is pleased to announce the acquisition of AGR. Okay. Notably, the shooter's location was outside the security perimeter, which in fact should not have been. The perimeter should have been 1,000 yards, not 100. You get where I'm going with this? Okay. And then we have Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Huntington Ingalls Industries, Leidos, and BEA are all giving again, while Honeywell, General Electric, Raytheon, and Booz Allen Hamilton are not giving, according to their most recent filings. Honeywell and GE have said they would suspend donations to the 147 members of Congress who voted against certifying Biden's win. So this CEO, Wright, held numerous leadership roles with Source Photonics, United Technologies Corporation, now Raytheon Technologies, and Ingersoll Rand. Okay. Is there anything else anybody wants to jump the gun about? Yeah. It's we got like I said, I have a lot to cover, and believe me, I am not stopping the podcast until we have gone through all of it. No joke. Okay. No joke. I want to make sure that, okay. All right. So let me get back to here now. So, all right. So, Mega Devil Dog says, looks like they already had the shooter in their sights before the shot. What the fuck? Something is not right here. Okay. So let's go to here. Let's blow this up. And you can see them. Both of them. They're locked and loaded.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. These people are sick. Mental illness is real. Mind control and brainwashing are real. Libs of TikTok put out, and that was my response to Libs of TikTok. This unhinged leftist is having a meltdown because the shooter missed Trump. These people are deranged. And these are things that we need to see. We need to know who these people are.
I just found out about this shit. It just happened. I haven't even had a second to process. You're telling me somebody finally had the balls to bring a pew-pew, and he missed! We were a second away! We were a centimeter away from half of the problem being gone, and you missed! There was a white man attached to that trigger. I know it! We were a centimeter away!
This is what I'm talking about. And these things need to be shown. People need to know who these people are. These people who are reacting like this, because they're the ones calling for it to begin with. All right. True Stormy Joe. Here we go.
Okay, here's my quick 3-minute take. All right. So Q3434, I actually posted this and had this in the show for Friday night on July 12th show. So on July 12th, I had this in the show saying, watch out for this. Q3434 Delta, July 14th, week to remember. And what I was saying is the RNC is this week. So look for, some sort of event that could happen this week. Maybe you have to postpone the event, or maybe he won't announce the VP pick. Who knows? But I was saying a week to remember, look for this event. And we had it today. Okay, but watch these connections. Week to remember, right? Week to remember, 572, shot heard round the world. Week to remember, the famous gun, inverted gun by Q. So it's all right there. Basically a Q Delta. Q didn't post anything on any July 13th. This is the next day. July 14th, week to remember, and you can see the connections there. But let's check out the guy's name, okay? The quote-unquote shooter, Violets, okay? Antifa.
Now, he was wrong about that. It wasn't this guy at all. It wasn't this guy at all.
Supposedly somehow got up on a roof. Nobody saw him. Trump's official website, his agenda. He's got all these points. The border. You go to point 10. Lockup, migrant, crime, epidemic, demolish, foreign cartels, and lock up violent offenders. What? Violent. So Trump misspelled violence or violent. And the guy's name is Violets. Violets. Okay. All right. Sure, it's all coincidence.
Okay, so I see that somebody's posting that J.D. Vance was selected by Trump as VP. Did you hear that come out of Trump's mouth? Did Donald Trump state that? He announced on Truth. No truths available at this moment. Let me refresh. Okay. Let's see here. So One America News Network says President Trump's pick for J.D. Vance as his vice president. As vice president, J.D. will continue to fight for our Constitution, stand with our troops, and will do everything he can. Here we go. After a lengthy deliberation and thought, and considering the tremendous talents of many others, I have decided that the person best suited to assume the position of Vice President of the United States is Senator J.D. Vance of the great state of Ohio. J.D. honorably served our country in the Marine Corps, graduated from Ohio State University in 2 years, summa cum laude, and is a Yale Law School graduate, where he was editor of the Yale Law Journal, the president of the Yale Law Veterans Association. JD's book, Hillbilly Elegy, became a major bestseller and movie as it championed the hardworking men and women of our country. JD has had very successful business career in technology and finance, and now during the campaign will be strongly focused on the people he fought so brilliantly for, the American workers and farmers in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Minnesota, and far beyond. Let me click on his account, and then it continues. As Vice President, JD will continue to fight for our Constitution, stand with our troops, and will do everything he can to help me make America great again. Congratulations to Senator J.D. Vance, his wife, Usha, who also graduated from Yale Law School, and their 3 beautiful children, MAGA 2024. Let's go back here, because I think he said, in light of what is going on in the world today, I believe that it is imperative that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. receive Secret Service protection immediately. Given the history of the Kennedy family, this is the obvious right thing to do. As we move forward in uniting our nation after the horrific events on Saturday, this dismissal of the lawless indictment in Florida should be just the first step, followed quickly by the dismissal of all the witch hunts. The January 6th hoax in Washington, D.C., the Manhattan DA's zombie case, the New York AG scam, fake claims about a woman I never met, a decades-old photo in a line with her then husband does not count, and the Georgia perfect phone call charges. The Democrat Justice Department coordinated all these political attacks, which are an election interference conspiracy against Joe Biden's political opponent, me. Let us come together to end all weaponization of our justice system and make America great again. And this is a statement from Melania Trump. Let me open this up and make it big. All right. Give me a second. I got to, because the print's small, I need to put my glasses on. So bear with me for a minute while I do this. I got to wipe them down, because all I got is dirt and gravel outside right now. Pretty much nothing green is growing close to the buildings. Anytime there's a breeze, we get a big puff of dirt that comes inside the building. All right, from Melania Trump, July 14th, 2024. I am thinking of you now, my fellow Americans. We have always been a unique union. America, the fabric of our great nation, is tattered, but our courage and common sense must ascend and bring us back together as one. When I watched that violent bullet strike my husband, Donald, I realized my life and Barron's life were on the brink of devastating change. I am grateful to the brave Secret Service agents and law enforcement officials who risked their lives to protect my husband. To the families of the innocent victims who are now suffering from this heinous act, I humbly offer my sincerest sympathy. Your need to summon your inner strength for such a terrible reason saddens me. A monster who recognized my husband as an inhuman political machine attempted to wring out Donald's passion, his laughter, ingenuity, love of music, and inspiration. The core facets of my husband's life, his human side, were buried below the political machine. Donald, the generous and caring man who I have been with through the best of times and the worst of times. Let us not forget that differing opinions, policy, and political games are inferior to love. Our personal, structural, and life commitment until death is at serious risk. Political concepts are simple when compared to us human beings. We are all humans, and fundamentally, instinctively, we want to help each other. American politics are only one vehicle that can uplift our communities. Love, compassion, kindness, and empathy are necessities. And let us remember that when the time comes to look beyond the left and the right, beyond the red and the blue, we all come from families with passion to fight for a better life together while we are here in this earthly realm. Dawn is here again. Let us reunite now. This morning, ascend above the hate, the vitriol, and the simple-minded ideas that ignite violence. We all want a world where respect is paramount, family is first, and love transcends. We can realize this world again. Each of us must demand to get it back. We must insist that respect fills the cornerstone of our relationships again. I am thinking of you, my fellow Americans. The winds of change have arrived. For those of you who cry in support, I thank you. I commend those of you who have reached out beyond the political divide. Thank you for remembering that every single politician is a man or a woman with a loving family. Even the crooks. You know. Put that out there like a boss. All right. Back to our feet. Mark Robinson. This is who I was hoping that he was going to choose. But he went with J.D. Vance. So my response on the assassination attempt of President Trump, my family and I are praying for President Trump and his family.
Hello, North Carolina and America. This is your Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson. I guess all of you are doing the same thing that my family and I are doing. We are watching the tragic events unfold with former President Donald Trump. We're praying for his speedy recovery and that all involved in the incident will be well. We see what's happening here in America right now. Passions are inflamed on both sides of the aisle. But please, let's all remember who we are. We are Americans, and let's unify in the fact that violence has no place in political discourse. We must remain calm, we must remain steadfast, and we must remain unified on at least that point. For the safety of our country and our citizens, and for our republic as a whole, we need calm, we need peace, and we need to realize, again, violence has no place in political discourse. I'm praying for the entire country. I'm praying for North Carolina. I'm praying for President Trump. And I'm praying for all Americans that we can look at this incident and take a deep breath and realize we're all Americans. We need to stand up for what's right. And what's right is being peaceful throughout our democratic process and let it play out as it will. God bless you, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
I personally have not seen J.D. Vance's voting record. I have not researched into him. I actually researched quite a bit into this young man that I just played, Mark Robinson. We'll have to. I'll have to wait and see. I'll see if there'll probably be a whole bunch of information about him. I personally believed that Trump would wait until the DNC before he announced who his VP would pick. But I believe that with J.D. Vance's record, it's going to be hard for people to come up with things on him for him to go against. But political stances have nothing, there's no merit where those are concerned. Carly Bonet says, Newt, this is not a game.
From a historical perspective, we have had assassination and assassination attempts before. That's clearly what happened here tonight. And it looks like this shooter came within a millimeter or two of an assassination tonight. And it's shocking the core of a nation as well. That in an adjacent rooftop that this can happen. What's your overall view and your overall initial thoughts?
Well, first of all, I'm glad that we had a little bit of time. I was very emotional earlier. I'm not sure I could have done television because I've known Trump for about 30 years. So I'm watching a personal friend get shot in front of me. I mean, it was a very intimate moment for millions of Americans. And it was a providential moment. If he had turned to look at that big screen, and when he was turned, the bullet would have hit him here. When he turned back, it hit him here. That's how close he came to being killed. And I think we need to understand that this was providential and he reacted appropriately. But I also will tell you, he has been vilified by Joe Biden and the Democrats and the left wing more than any president since Abraham Lincoln. And this was a political act. It was a deliberate act. And as you know, because we've talked about it off air, I've said for 4 months that when all the legal baloney fails and when they begin to realize he is going to win, that violence is the next thing because they're that desperate. And I think we need to understand, people in this country have got to decide, are we going to be Americans and talk with each other as Americans, or are we going to become two bitterly divided factions? And right now, if you read what Joe Biden said last night, he's clearly in the bitterly divided side. If he has to totally split this country in order to try to retain office, he'll, at least through last night, he'll say anything, no matter the consequences. This is a very, very dangerous moment. And I also have to say, I think the President Trump's courage, and here I echo what his son Eric said, his courage at walking off with the bleeding and putting up his fist and saying, fight, to remind the crowd that he was going to go on, and as our champion, he wanted us to go on with him.
Okay, so this is what I want to point out to you guys here, okay? See this woman? You see this woman here? She is not big enough to protect the president. She's not big enough. Even standing next to Biden, she would not be tall enough to protect. She can't cover him with her body. This is what I was talking about earlier when I made that statement. This is, oh, you know what, guys? I just realized that I'm not full screen either. So this woman right here, she's too damn small. She can't block a headshot.
And as our champion, he wanted us to go on with him. I thought that'll go down in history, and that will help define who Donald J. Trump is.
You know, I'm listening, and it just, I've known him 30 years like you have, Mr. Speaker, and I had a lot of the same emotions that you had at the time. And then when you point out very vividly and very accurately how close he was to being assassinated tonight, it is chilling. And this should transcend all politics.
And yeah, and remember that this is a Biden administration, which, as you pointed out, has refused to protect Robert F. Kennedy Jr., even when his father and his uncle were assassinated. This is the Democrats in the House actually introduced a bill to strip Donald Trump of Secret Service protection. I mean, these people are crazy, and they are willing to do virtually anything. And tonight we were winded. This is not a game. This is not just politics. This is history. And the history of the United States will be written in the next few weeks between having a huge victory to bring us together and gradually disintegrating into a country that's at war with itself.
Yeah. You know, it really is funny. And I kind of have an ongoing joke with the president. For whatever reason, I'll say to him, kidding around, when we're just talking as friends and it's not in a professional capacity, I say, you know, God loves Donald Trump, as perfect as you are. It's sort of a joke that we had. but in many ways, this is too eerily close, too scary to something that could have been so tragic for our nation.
Well,
and
we should include the whole Trump family in our prayers.
Amen.
Because
Agreed.
all of them
They've
are
been
now
through a
looking
lot.
how close this is.
Okay, so I brought this back in on purpose because she opened it up. She opened it up. Watch. So there's no frontal cover now. So if there had been a second shooter, okay, if there had been a second shooter from the right, never would have reached. Never would have been, or there's no way, okay? But this guy, look how low he is, and look at how low this guy is. Now, this guy, he's up there. He's up there. He's making himself as tall or just a little bit taller than Donald Trump and as wide as he possibly can. That's why his arms are out to the side like that. That opens his jacket up, okay, so that he's got a bigger spread to block the view of the target, okay? But she leaves him open right here, completely wide open as he's going down the stairs.
Who Donald J. Trump is.
And
I'm listening, and
she
it
starts
just
to go down the steps.
I've known
before
him 30 years like you have, Mr.
down.
Speaker. And
Okay. She stopped to pick up a red hat. She stopped to pick up a flipping hat. You're there to protect the president and you stopped to pick up a hat? I mean, seriously, guys. Seriously. You know what I'm saying? Okay. We have more on this. We still have more on this. We're going to jump in and out of this throughout today's podcast as things get as things come to me or the things that I already have lined up. You know, I believe that I may be buffering a little bit. SM, you know, it's there's a very good possibility of that. You know, hopefully it's plain as clearly as I can get it for you right now. Depending on how donations go this week, if it goes right, I am going to try to switch over to Starlink and get rid of CenturyLink because they make this almost impossible. You know, really seriously, you know, they make it almost impossible. All right. So, Fittest Flat Earther. I love this guy. He puts together some great content. It's let's take a listen. He's got something about the moon. Let's calm ourselves and yeah.
Do you want the key to unlocking your mind from the Matrix? Well, I'm going to give it to you. And it's not what you think it is. It's not about knowing absolutely everything about where you live. It's about knowing what things aren't. For example, yesterday, I showed you that stars aren't burning balls of gas quintillions of miles away, but much closer in a much different nature than we are told. The same thing goes for the moon. The moon is supposedly 238,000 miles away in a dusty space rock that we have supposedly sent astronauts to. But I have news for you. It's nothing like that. It's not even close. And I'm not trying to tell you that the moon is a disk in water. I'm just trying to show you that the moon is much, much different than we are told. And this is evident through things like seeing the same color as the sky in the craters through the moon. Stars have been captured through the moon. The moon is a transparent object, and much like I've said about the sun, I don't think it's a solid object you can land on. The sun is a projection through the firmament from the source, and I don't think the moon is any different. I think the source of the moon is in the firmament, and all we're seeing is the projection on the outside of the firmament. Now, I've shown what I'm talking about as far as the sun being in the firmament many times through this video, where you can see during the eclipse the actual sun projecting to the image we see. And the moon's no different. It's just a lesser light, so we don't ever get to see this. Now, I do believe the sun and moon interact, but not in the way they tell us, where the light of the sun is just lighting up the moon. I think it's much more in an energetic fashion, where there's an anode and a cathode, because when they are directly across from each other, that is when we get our full moon. And like I said, that's an energetic play, not just a light play. Now, in my opinion, the moon has a negative energy, and there's evidence of this in a few different ways. One, the moon's light actually provides colder temperatures than the moon's shade. Also, I do believe the moon plays a role in the tides, but not because of gravity, but because of the negative energy of the moon interacts with the positively charged ions of the salt water, because sodium is a positive ion. And I don't think I have to tell anybody that the sun has positive energy. We all feel it. You literally go out in the sun and you feel its energy. It's like a battery, it recharges you. So like I said, these two interact, but it's not because of the light, it's because of the energies. But back to my original point, you don't need to know what things are, you just need to know what things aren't. And if there is just one thing that isn't what you always thought, then it should open your mind to the whole ball of wax. So I greatly encourage you to seek out, to find out what things aren't. Because like I said, then it'll open your mind to the freedom from the Matrix. And as always, this is all satire and entertainment. I know this is 238,000 miles away, and just a dusty space rock formed billions of years ago from a giant explosion, and things just happen to come back perfectly circular and round because of gravity. Duh. Entertainment purposes only.
I like how he ends it. He ends all of his little podcasts with that little wink. I like that, you know. Yeah, Garrett, everybody already knows that he picked JD Vance. We already announced it. Are you Garretting again? just picking on you. You leave yourself open for that sometimes. You know that, right? Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. And then we already went through this. George Soros' son put out a hit to the entire work on Donald Trump just a few months ago on X. This was planned. And we talked about the glass company and who owns the glass company, and all that. So, all right, this is for empaths. Here we go.
Most of the time, emotionally intelligent people, empaths, keep their gift hidden. It helps them navigate through life in stealth mode. It allows them to see the true intentions of others. But instead of gift, I like to call it training from the hardships they had to overcome alone. Their life is a complete mystery to others unless there comes a time in where their gift, their training, needs to be displayed. They often do this in a time in where they're setting boundaries that are needed to help them navigate into the next level of their life. Because in this next level, they're going to need people who are truly authentic about them. If you're an empath, you'll relate. You'll tap into the energy of others close to you. You'll sense what they feel and think about you. You tap into their true feelings about you, what they truly think about you. And one thing I know for certain is that energy does not lie. So when they see your training, your gift now on display, and trust me when I tell you, they're watching you. They become distant. They fear coming around you. And these are the people who most likely have distanced themselves from you in the last couple of years. But why have they done so? Because they now know that you can read them very well.
Very, very wise words. Very wise words. All right. Terrence K. Williams said, "Dark day in America. I broke down in tears over Trump during a live video. Yes, I cried. I couldn't hold back. You can make fun of me, but this is sad. President Trump being shot brought me to tears. I love Trump. He is a good man. I sat at his dinner table and had personal conversations with him." Here we go.
Y'all, I'm literally trying to hold back my tears right now. I am so full of anger. Y'all. I love President Donald Trump. Woo! Y'all, they literally shot Donald Trump. They are trying to take him out. This is insane. Y'all, I am literally... Whew, let me hold it together. This is, excuse my language, y'all, but this is fucking crazy. These people are trying to take this man out. They have taken it too far. There is no going back. There's no going back. They can't beat him, so they are trying to take him out. This is absolutely insane. And I personally know President Trump. So this really, President Trump has been a friend to me. He has been a brother to me. He has been the greatest thing that one of the greatest things that have ever happened to this country. And the fact that I've sat at the table with President Trump, he had me at his dinner table. I've had personal conversations with him. President Trump is a good man. And he does not deserve to be freaking assassinated. That is absolutely insane. I would not wish that on my worst enemy. This is just sickening. And it's hard to make a brother like me cry. But this shit brought me to tears. They tried to... Y'all, they shot Donald Trump. They shot Donald Trump, people. This is real. And some of us predicted that this was going to happen. And people called it a conspiracy theorist. People called us conspiracy theorists. They said it's a conspiracy theory. Nobody's going to do anything to Trump. Well, that was a freaking lie. That was a freaking lie. These Democrats, y'all, this is before Trump got shot, y'all. Before Trump got shot, they tried to take his businesses away from him. They tried to cripple him financially. They tried to cripple him financially. Then they tried to, what did they do next? They indicted him and had him facing over 100 years in prison. They convicted him of 34 felonies, 34 phony ass felonies. They literally tried to stop him from running for president, but they could not do it. They tried throwing him in jail, tried taking away his properties. They failed at that. None of that worked. None of that worked. Then the Supreme Court gave him presidential immunity. Then, all of a sudden, for the first time ever, somebody tried to take his life today. Right after the Supreme Court gave him presidential immunity. And you can't sit here and tell me. You can't sit here and tell me that you don't think the Democrats have something to do with this. Look at what they've been doing to this man. They've been coming at him every single direction, trying to take him down. And they have failed after time. They have failed over and over and over and over again, trying to take him down.
Yep. Yeah, and that's not the first attempt on his life. We all know that. You know, former Secret Service officer Dan Bongino calls for United States Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle, nominated by Biden, to resign.
It's time for a full presidential package for President Trump. If you go back and listen to episode 2079, President Trump does not.
Okay, I want to remind everybody about the post that Donald Trump put up on Truth there. He didn't ask for a full presidential package for himself. What did he do? He says Secret Service needs to have a detail for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as quickly as possible. Right? You guys remember me reading that? I hope you remember. He didn't call for one for himself. What did he do? He called for a full detail for one of his opponents. He called for protection for his political opponent.
Not have that. He doesn't have that now. I get it. There are some legalities involved. But President Trump is a former president running for re-election. You essentially have two incumbents running. Folks, he does not have a full presidential package right now. It is putting the man in danger. His threat level is apocalyptic and catastrophic. It is time right now for Kim Cheadle, the Secret Service director, to get her head out of her ass and do the right thing. I could tell you stories for days about her putting politics ahead of presidential protection. I am not being overly emotional because I've said it before. The Secret Service director is utterly unqualified right now to be doing what she's doing. It is time for her first to get this thing solved. It's an emergency situation right now and find out what happened, but she should step down immediately. Some of the things she has told people on that detail about security arrangements, clearly making political statements, she is completely unqualified. It is time for President Trump to have a full presidential package. I'll leave you with this, and then I'm asking you all, please, again, it's in these times where, you know, I'm not some freaking poet, man, so we don't need to do any of that stuff. I'm just saying, you know, like when these people get lost at sea, they have lighthouses and stuff for a reason, you know? God's that one for you, and he's that one for us right now. Just ask. Just open up. Prayer matters. It's not a joke. It's not some scam. What do you think? This was all created out of some kind of alien mist or something? We need them right now. The nation needs them. We're still the United States of America, even though we got a lot of crazy people. You don't want some foreign country right now taking advantage of this chaos. End on this. Listen, I say all the time, maybe put a little smile on your face in a really tragic time. Campaigns are snapshots and sound bites. That's all they are. Donald Trump's got a lot of guts, man, getting up there, exposing himself again to what he knew was an assassination attempt, and pounding his fist in the air. That snapshot's going to live forever. That was a clip from the Dan Bongino show. You can watch the full.
Okay. And let me remind you, he did not just pump his fist. First, he said, wait, get my shoes. Get my shoes is what he said. And then they pulled him down low again. They moved him a couple of feet, and then he stood up and he pumped his fist, fight. You know, and I want to make a point of this, and I said this to Ronnie last night while Ronnie was live. So you go to the Q alerts, and you type in fight, comma, fight, comma, fight, And guess what? You got it. Anons, pick up on the carpet bombs for you and you alone. Fight, fight, fight. Q. Moving on. And these are all in regards to shooters. Okay. Almost all of these articles are in regards to shooters. Okay. Synagogue shooting. Trump says outcome of Pittsburgh shooting. Christian nationalist identified as Pittsburgh synagogue shooter. Robert Bowler's social media, Rob Gab, alleged Pittsburgh synagogue shooter. Okay. And it says, all for a LARP? Attack those who threaten you the most? Are we subject to the Hatch Act? Think executive branch, NSA, etc. Acceptable turn on comms. Filter applied, legal analysis. That's in kill brackets. Cannot point to any particular candidate or party prior to November 7th. We the people, fight, fight, fight. Your vote matters. We are in this together. This movement has no skin color. Attempts to label all those who challenge their narrative as racist, white supremacists will fail. Predictable in kill brackets, Q. And then post 2190. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Oop, let me shrink that back down. Okay. Q, you were right all along. Emmys, red carpet, Keck. We go on, we go all. Anons, pick up on the carpet bombs for you and you alone. Fight, fight, fight. Okay. Then over here we got silent majority, no more. Fight, fight, fight. Where we go one, we go all. What a wonderful day, Q. Okay. You are a strong patriot. Do not give in. And those are wise words right now. Don't give in to anger right now. Okay. Use your brain. Okay. Do not give in. Fight, fight, fight. You have more friends than you can imagine. United we stand. God bless Q. Okay. Silent majority, no more. Fight, fight, fight. Here we have counter narrative went out 4 a.m. to mainstream media contractors like clockwork. Now, there was a post. There was a post that was done in regards to a statement that was sent out to mainstream media, telling them not to say that it was an assassination, but to call it anything else except for an assassination attempt. I'll show that to you in a little bit here. Okay. Counter narrative went out 4 a.m. to mainstream media contractors like clockwork in kill brackets, Russian bots. These people are really, really stupid. Desperation, fear. When does a bird sing? Nobody is safe. No deals. Mainstream media contractors. Goodbye. Fight, fight, fight. Q. Okay. What was the first topic we talked about today? Was the media being more responsible for this than anybody else because they've been calling it, you know. Shut down primary reasons, distract, weaken military assets, include illegal votes, black voters abandoning, keep them starved, keep them blind, keep them stupid. HRC March 13, 2013, intercept, the Great Awakening, fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight, fight. Demand public exposure. Be loud. Be heard. This is just the beginning. 2018 will be glorious. Well, I think 2024 is going to be glorious too. Q. All right. Why are we here? Why are we providing crumbs? Think memo. Building the army. Not convinced this is spreading. You, the people, have the power. You, the people, just forgot how to play. Together you are strong. Apart you are weak. They want you divided. They want race wars. They want class wars. They want religious wars. They want political wars. They want you divided. learn. For God and country, learn. Stay strong, stay together, fight, fight, fight. There is more important. This is more important than you can imagine. Q. All right. You see where I'm going with this? Fight, fight, fight isn't just something that he decided to shout at the end of that. Okay. We were told to go back and look. Okay. We were told to go back and look. Be ready. Mainstream media coming big way. So mainstream media, I believe it was CBS and two others that actually told the truth that it was an assassination attempt, while MSNBC and all the rest didn't say it. Would not say that there was an assassination attempt. Okay. Be ready. Mainstream media coming big way. We see all. We hear all. Fight, fight, fight. Conspiracy push coming. Okay. Mainstream media lost control. D's lost slave grip. D lost center voters. Libs are minority. Mainstream media projects as big movement. Fake news. 4 to 6% lost forever. What were we just talking about last week? We were just talking about that 4 to 6% that will never snap out of it. Hello, George. Q. Okay. Now, the hello, George part, I think, is because the bullet was talked about on the cover of Georgia Magazine years ago. All right. Post 473, there will be no further posts on this board under this ID. This will verify the trip is safeguarded and in our control. This will verify this board is compromised. God bless each and every one of you. Fight, fight, fight. Q. 416, Soros takes orders from P. You have no idea how sick and evil these people are. Fight, fight, fight. Day of days. Game over. Q. Okay. Everything has meaning. A lot of these things have multiple meanings. We just have to look at them. All right. Let's clear our heads for a couple of minutes to talk about the architecture of Tartaria.
Tartarian architecture.
All right. That just gave us a second to breathe from that last little rant that I went on. All right. Here's another one. Whoop. That didn't work.
Okay, wait, you're going to want to hear this. This is going out to all the lawyers and all the judges that are out there. Because shame on you guys. Shame on you. I'm shocked. Did you guys know that all of them are going to have to be re-educated and retrained? Yeah. You guys took an oath to the British Crown. Why would you do that? And why didn't you guys tell us you were doing that? I mean, don't you think that's kind of sus and important that we, people should know this? So when a lawyer or a judge has to take its bar exam, the bar exam actually stands for the British Accreditation Registry. To be on that. You guys basically took an oath to the British Crown. Not to the United States, not to our republic. This is how they cheated us and how they got around all these laws that they passed that were unconstitutional, that the Chevron case just figured out. Said that all the laws made by all these agencies were unconstitutional. But it's even bigger than that, because all of you lawyers and judges are going to have to be re-educated because you took an oath to the British Crown. Don't you think that was important to know? Also, here's another thing. Why didn't any of you guys tell us? You went to law school, for God's sake, for years. Why didn't any of you tell us that we were practicing Admiralty maritime law, not constitutional law? Don't you think that makes a difference? We've been practicing the law of the sea in our courtrooms, and that seemed normal to you? That's what happened, you guys. So I would love for you guys to, lawyers and judges, to comment on this, because what the fuck? If I went to school for 8 years, I think I would have asked the question, why are we taking an oath to the British Royal Crown? Why are we practicing maritime law when we're on land? It doesn't make any sense. What?
She makes a lot of valid points, but we knew about that. We knew about the bar. But some people don't, so we share that information. Earth is a realm.
Earth is a realm. It is not a planet. It is not an object, therefore it has no edge. Earth would be more easily defined as a system environment. Earth is also a machine. It is a Tesla coil. The sun and moon are powered wirelessly with the electromagnetic field, the ether. This field also suspends the celestial spheres with electromag levitation. Electromag levitation disproves gravity because the only force you need to counter is the electromagnetic force, not gravity. Now, there are fact check websites all over the web saying that Nikola Tesla didn't say this. But who fact checks the fact checkers? I'll bet the same people that told you were in outer space are the same people that own those fact check websites. If you haven't learned by now that history is being written by the conquerors and that history is his story, meaning whomever is telling it, this page ain't for you.
Yep. All right. Moving on. The Chosen Ones.
It's been a rough few months, if not a few years, for the Chosen Ones. Some real punches have been thrown your way in the name of growth. But things are about to change, and beautiful things are about to happen for you. I just hope that you haven't forgotten your worth, and that you don't question the blessings when they come. You've done what you needed to do, and it's time to rest. It's time to sit down, cover those wounds, and let them heal. Your manifestations are about to materialize. I'm happy for you. It's been a rough few months, if not a few years.
You know what? I'm going to let that play a second time.
It's been a rough few months, if not a few years, for the Chosen Ones. Some real punches have been thrown your way in the name of growth. But things are about to change, and beautiful things are about to happen for you. I just hope that you haven't forgotten your worth, and that you don't question the blessings when they come. You've done what you needed to do, and it's time to rest. It's time to sit down, cover those wounds, and let them heal. Your manifestations are about to materialize. I'm happy for you.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to sit back and breathe. Now, a lot of times when I see Hawk, calm down, that's the Marine coming out in me, and that doesn't go away. It never gets put to rest, and it never will. You know, like the other day when somebody came into the chat wanting to dictate to how the conversation was going to go, both in chat and with my podcast, I said, where you been for the last couple of years? You ain't been here. Where were you when we were just live broadcasting that? You decided to jump into my chat and start a whole conversation surrounding your experience with the FBI. You know, that was the Marine that came out. in that instant. And I basically told him, you know, shut the fuck up. I don't care. I don't care. Okay. I don't care about the opinion of anybody who has worked for the DOJ, the FBI, the CIA, intelligence organizations, or in government. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. And I never will. Come to us with sensationalized stories that aren't true, disappear for a year or two, and then jumping right back in when something happens to Donald Trump. Oh, I know what happened. Oh, I know what happened. Oh, I know what happened. Not going to be. Not going to happen. Not on my channel. Not going to happen at all. I got no respect for that individual. And that's the reason that I reacted the way that I did the other day. And believe me, I was not angry. I was just stating facts and stating my opinion. And I did it in my Marine Corps tone. Because when I'm talking to troops and giving instruction, that's exactly the same way that I would have been talking to them. So, yep, that's right, Wayne. Once a Marine, always a Marine. Never stops. Semper Fi. Sorry, I was talking to somebody on the Facebook side. For those of you on the YouTube and the X side, you know. All right, moving on. A little bit of Kim Clement that I wanted to share with you guys. Those of you just joining us, I'm sure somebody's going to let you know. J.D. Vance was selected by Donald Trump. He did a big press release out on Truth Social in regards to his reasoning for doing so. And so J.D. Vance is his vice president nominee. So here we go. Kim Clement.
Christ builds his church on revelation. That's it. Not philosophy. Not wise opinion. It's all good stuff, folks. He builds his church on revelation. Now, this is very important that you understand, because what is revelation? Revelation is progress. So he says, on this rock of revelation, I'll build my church. Every time you get a revelation from God, God reveals something to you and you bring it forth, he's building his church. That's why your enemy does not want you to step into revelation knowledge. He does not want you to get into a place where you have a supernatural encounter with God. In fact, if he could remove the supernatural out of the church, he'd do it, because the supernatural revelation of God brings us progress. And so you can move forward. Very important. So then he says to Simon Peter, now, based on this revelation, I'll build my church and I will give you the keys of the kingdom. Think about it. One sentence out of Peter's mouth that comes from God. It's not a whole book. It's not a whole sermon. It's one sentence of revelation. And Jesus says, this is what the blessing is to you. He says, I'll build my church on this rock. I'll give you the keys of the kingdom. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven. Whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. What was he telling him? You have a key to open the gateway to heaven. You have a key to open the door that is locked into the heavenlies. Wow, how powerful. God is attracted to himself in you. I'm going to say it again. God is attracted to himself in you. Believe it or not, when you find a friend, what is it about that person you like? They're just like you. You think the same thing. You laugh about the same things. You like the same food. That's what friendship is. You may have your indifferences. Why do you like that person? Because they like you. That's what friendship is. And that's how God is. He wants to hear himself in you.
All right. We're going to keep going with this. Malcolm Flex. A lot of people are speculating about the nature of the Trump assassination. What I want to touch on is the response. And this is one of the things that I was talking about at the beginning of the show today. All right. We're 2 hours, 12 minutes into this. I think I talked about this probably in the first 10 minutes. So for those of you that weren't here then, you might have missed it. But, you know, watching the responses of people tell us the true character and nature of the individuals and of the parties that they belong to or the associations that they have. And so I'm going to be playing some for you that are totally against Trump, and I'm going to be playing a bunch that are totally supportive for Trump. But one of the biggest things that we did not have in the 2020 election was we did not have a super large amount of the black community coming forward in regards to Trump, right? But now we've watched all these trials and everything else, okay? And people are looking at him. They're looking at him and they're understanding who Donald Trump is now, and their opinions have changed. They decided to research into who Trump was before he ran for office, and they learn a whole lot, changing their way of thinking, changing the narrative surrounding their personal space and how they perceive Donald Trump. Now, like him or hate him, okay, the man was good for the country. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Like him or hate him, he was the best thing that's happened to this country since 1963. However, personal feelings that are tailored from mainstream media propaganda, and that's what it is, propaganda. You got to remember the Smith Modernization Act that Obama slipped into the 2012 NDAA gave the news organizations permission to lie to the American people and not have to be held accountable for it. And that's why I said the mainstream media needs to be held to account, not by Congress, not by the Senate, not by the White House, but by we the people. I've said it before and I will say it again. I said it earlier in this podcast. I've been saying it for 4 years. The American people need to start gathering outside of every single lying ass news organization and protesting with signs, tell the truth or shut down. And you watch. Now, you remember what happened to CNN during the riots? How the rioters broke the glass windows and everything else down there. I believe that was in Atlanta, Georgia. I believe. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was in Georgia. Okay? That happened. Okay? And what did CNN do? Oh, they're just, they're just fighting for their rights. They're just fighting for their rights. No, what needs to happen is real Americans need to get involved in this and have our own protest, not just turning them off, but making them tell the truth. It needs to happen. I'm not calling for violence in any way, shape, or form. A peaceful protest with like 100,000 people per news organization is going to cause some ripples. Might even see some people step down. Might even see anchors that just don't want to anchor anymore. You never know. You never, ever know. All right. Malcolm Flex, like I said.
Listen, the attack on President Trump is not an isolated incident. And here's the thing. This is probably going to continue. And if it doesn't continue, I'd imagine such an attack, such a egregious assault on what most people will presume to be the front runner of the election, not just the conservatives or the Republicans or the MAGA movement, but the front runner of the entire election. I'd imagine it's going to be used as auspices to take out President Biden. You heard me. I know. Stick with me here. Because let me tell you, and these are musings that I've had for a minute, the establishment has a horrific problem. They cannot get rid of President Biden. He does not want to step down. His family has essentially circled the wagons around him, insulated him. Hunter Biden, Jill Biden, they're not letting anybody get to him and convince him to step down. What does that mean? That means if you cannot get rid of a problem there, you have to get rid of it another way. Now, the thing is, I don't know if this was done either in collusion with anybody else, which a lot of people speculate that there are intelligence agencies that have, again, a network of people. So it's quite likely that's the case. But at the same time, it could be the standalone complex where you have individuals acting of their own accord, although it seems coordinated. Who's to say? The rhetoric around Trump has simmered for so long and become such a hot point of contention among people on the left. Even the liberal spirit, normally liberals, they've been conditioned that the idea of getting rid of Trump is normal. So when you think about this, and you think about the atmosphere and the climate, and the fact that there was an attempt on President Trump's life, and the fervor around Trump has never been greater. Look at the timeline. The timeline is, honestly, if I didn't see the results of the election, if I didn't know who was president, I woke up in a coma, I would have assumed President Trump had won 2020, right? So you see all this fervor. Guarantee you there are some idiots on the right who might call and say an eye for an eye. They try to take one of ours, let's take one of theirs. Guarantee you there are people that would do that. Now, they probably wouldn't act. They probably wouldn't have the backing or the intelligence agency support or the support of any big billionaire. Talking about the billionaire that talked about actually making Trump a martyr. Yeah, we see you. But they wouldn't have that support. But I guarantee you, if you wanted to stage a false flag event to get rid of President Biden, now would be the perfect time to do it. And now all of a sudden, you rid yourself of a problem if you're the establishment. Think about that for a second. So here's the thing. I tell people all the time, and I practice this, tactical patience. Don't act. Don't react. Gather information. Take a deep breath. Sip some tea. Do whatever you got to do and just relax. I'm telling people right now, relax. Because there are multiple plays that can happen off of this. Either you can tell people that this is an attempt to instigate what most people would call a civil war, breakdown on social cohesion, basically creating the January 6th to end all January 6th just in summertime. That would be horrific because then you would have the auspices to essentially have everyone distance themselves from the conservative movement. But then you could also have a situation where, now you can pretend, or in all actuality, you have somebody say, you know what, we're going to make a move on Biden. And now you've given the Democrats, and I'm saying the Democrats, but it's really the establishment, a fresh restart on what was a horrific disaster. So there's terrible times ahead. And I'm not quite enthusiastic about this. But again, who is enthusiastic about something like this happening? No one. I'm just telling you, keep your eyes peeled. Extra vigilant. Don't be incendiary. Don't be overreactive. I know those ad revenue bucks are addictive and you want those clicks, but just for once in a while, don't do it. Because the only people who could stop and stymie Trump's run for the presidency and what could be America's last chance, given the state of the world and the economy, is his own fan base. I don't know. This has been Malcolm Flex, just giving you a daily flex bit of wisdom. Take it or leave it, buddy.
I think he said quite a few wise words there, don't you? Yeah. All right. Another little short one here. We have the power to create heaven on earth. Discover the secrets of the tree of life.
So here we have the tree of life. Looks very familiar. Now just imagine this as a magical ladder that we climb starting from the ground, reaching up to the sky. At the bottom we have Malkuth, which means kingdom or earth, and that's where we start our journey. And at the top we have Kether, meaning paradise or heaven. Now the tree has 10 special points called Sephiroth. Each Sephiroth is like a bright star. Now on each side of this tree you have 2 pillars, and they are like the 2 sides of our brain. Now the path that zigzags from the top to the bottom is called the lightning flash of creation. Now this path shows how everything comes from the Kether, which you can think of it like the ether or spirit. and it becomes Malkuth, which is matter, and that's things that we can touch. This path is also known as the flaming sword of Sophia, which means everything we see comes from a place of true intelligence and imagination. It's like a big magical brain that creates everything. And as you were a kid, you played a game called Hopscotch, and it's a representation of the journey of the tree of life. When you climb up the tree, it's the path of the serpent, which means finding your way back to magical source. Now, before Buddhism, this is before religious context, there was something called Brahmayana, which means the path to Brahma, or the path to everything. Brahma is like a super powerful creator of the universe in Hindu stories. Now, this idea teaches us that everything, rocks, plants, animals, people, and stars are connected. We're all on the same adventure together, traveling through time and space. That's why it's important to start being the best that we can be using our mind, body, and hearts. Let's remember that we can create heaven on earth anytime we want. Heaven is here and now, whenever we want to choose to make it real.
Interesting outlook. Very interesting. Yeah. All right. Carrie Lake, here we go.
Carrie Lake, we pray in Jesus' name for President Trump's safety and for our country.
Absolutely. My family is praying, has been praying for President Trump, and we always pray for him. But tonight, extra prayers going out to President Trump and his entire staff, everybody at that rally who must be very shaken up by what we've seen tonight. And I also pray that this great republic, that we can come together as Americans. We got a lot of work ahead, and we're just blessed beyond measure to have President Trump ready to lead us. And I just pray that we can start to come together as Americans.
United States candidate for Senate out of Arizona, Carrie Lake, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Carrie Lake, we pray in Jesus' name for President Trump's safety and for our country.
Absolutely. My family is praying, has been praying for President Trump, and we always pray for him. But tonight, extra prayers going out to President Trump and his entire staff, everybody at that rally who must be very shaken up by what we've seen tonight. And I also pray that this great republic, that we can come together as Americans. We got a lot of work ahead, and we're just blessed beyond measure to have President Trump ready to lead us. And I just pray that we can start to come together as Americans.
United States candidate for Senate out of Arizona, Carrie Lake, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
All right. Carrie Lake, they're on RSBN. Colin Rugg says, knew Joe Biden was reportedly passed a note during a call with the Congressional Progressive Caucus that told him to stay positive, which he read out loud. The note was an instruction to the president that said, stay positive, you are sounding defensive, which Joe Biden then read. Okay, here we go.
Imagine what we can do next. 4 more years. Pause. 4 more years. Pause. 4 more years. I concur with Justice Sotomayor's dissent today. Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote. Imagine what we can do next.
Yeah. Thank you, Ben. And also, I think I said thank you to Paula earlier. Thank you. All right. This is how America feels.
I'm over here minding my damn business, doing chess on a Saturday. Yeah, I know it's normally arm day, but I felt like doing chess. Then all of a sudden, Twitter starts blowing up. My texts start blowing up. Did you see what happened with Trump? I went back and I watched it. He gets shot in the head. I don't know, BB gun 22. I don't know what it was. I don't know guns like that, but all I know, he goes down and then he gets right back the fuck up and he pumps his fist before he gets escorted off stage. That is a legend. That is a boss, and that is a big fuck you to anybody trying to take him out. So Donald Trump, this chess day is dedicated to you. And fuck Eminem. I'm over here.
He said, fuck Eminem. Oh boy. All right. Andrew Tate. Here we go. Yeah. I don't know if I like this guy or not. He does a lot of stupid things. He's said a lot of stupid things, but he said a lot of smart things too. You know.
I was going viral on the fucking internet telling all of you
I said they try and cancel you. If cancellation fails, they try and put you in jail. And if that fails, they fucking kill you. I was saying this last year. I was saying it after I rejected their fucking money. I rejected their money to sell my soul, and I started saying on every podcast, they're gonna hit me with a bullshit case. They're gonna try and put me in jail. And when I got out of jail, I said on every podcast, I'm uncomfortable because I know I'm on my last fucking life. Look what they've done to Trump. Look at it. They canceled him, they deleted him from everything. Nobody cared, it didn't work. They tried to put him in jail. That's failed. Now they killed him. You get 3 lives against these people. The second you've been canceled, next is a fucking case. And if you beat that case, they're gonna put a bullet in you. It happens every fucking time. I don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on. You better pray for Donald Trump because he is fighting evil. You do not want the people who are against Trump in charge of anything, especially not your fucking life. I don't care what you call yourself, Democrat, Republican, no matter what it is. You need to pray for Donald Trump and pray for him right now. He's the last fucking hope for Western civilization as you know it. I promise you that.
Yep. It was a 5.56, Richard. It was a 5.56. One person reported that it was an M16. Another one reported that it was one reported it was an M16. Another one reported that it was an AR-15. But until that information becomes official and is released, we can't go there. All right, one last adjustment. You guys ready? This is a good time to laugh.
Last adjustment. We got it. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Oh my god.
Can you hear the sound of your own voice?
Yeah. Oh baby. Oh my god. Sergeant, thank you so much. We're so excited. Thanksgiving's in 2 days and I can call you on your cell phone now, baby. And you can talk to my dad about his head.
Whoa. Are you okay? Is that too loud?
No, not too loud. The boy that's annoying. You don't hear that? I have to hear it forever. Oh, there we go again, Doc. You know why this guy's smiling? Because he's probably dead, but he can't hear his wife's voice. Doc, please take it off. Help me, please.
Relax. This is a celebration. Trust me, from one married man to another, you'll get used to it.
I don't believe any word that came out of your mouth.
Oh yeah. Oh, we gotta be, I'm serious. We've got to be able to laugh at things. Okay, we have to. And that was awesome. I think I love that guy. He is no context human. His happiness doesn't last long. All right. Representative Margie Taylor Greene. I'm not even going to read what's there because she's going to say it out loud. So here we go.
Talk about Joe Biden. I watched his remarks just before I came on, Grant, and I have to tell you, I'm really disgusted because here's why. Just earlier today on a fundraising phone call, and I'll quote, I want to make sure I get it right. Joe Biden told his donors that it's time to put Trump in a bullseye. Well, guess what? That is exactly what someone did today with their rifle as they attempted to assassinate President Trump. They did exactly what Joe Biden said to his donors on the phone. And let's talk about how this comes on the heels of a weaponized government under Joe Biden and under all the Democrats, because they all support it, a weaponized justice system that is attempting to put President Trump in jail for the rest of his life. And then let's add to the fact that my Democrat colleagues, and I'm going to call them out by name because their names need to be made famous. Benny Thompson, the former chairman of the January 6th committee, just recently introduced legislation to take away President Trump's Secret Service protection. And here's his co-sponsors: Troy Carter, Barbara Lee, Frederica Wilson, Yvette Clarke, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Jasmine Crockett, Joyce Beatty, and Steve Cohen. These are the other Democrats that co-sponsored Benny Thompson's legislation to take away his Secret Service protection. So never forget who these people are. Never forget the Democrats. They literally, along with the media, want Trump dead. And that nearly happened today. And we should never, ever forget it. And we will not let this go.
Yep. And there it is.
If I was not voting for Trump before, hear me and hear me loud and hear me. Everybody, y'all listen to me. I say, a mic check 1, 2. If I was not voting for Trump before, he got my vote now, bro. Cause he survived. He got my vote now. He got my vote now.
I don't have one of those machines to make the clapping and all that stuff, you know. Yeah. Okay, so I want to talk about this here because while the Trump assassination was going on, the levee broke, okay? The dam itself did not break. However, the levee on the side of the dam did collapse. And what kind of looked like while that assassination was going on. So the Three Gorges Dam did not break. However, the levee did. Okay. So they're not getting as much water going through there as there would have been if the dam itself had broken. Everything that you just saw would have been completely underwater. So, you know, it's just that fact. All right. Talking about unhinged people, Libs of TikTok puts a mashup. Deranged leftists celebrating the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. The left are a threat to our country. Yes, they are. Here we go.
John Wilkes Booth, if you can hear us, if you are with us, please, John Wilkes Booth, if you're listening, please.
Let me get this straight, dumbass! You have a fully reloaded shotgun, but you chose to use a 1-bullet.
We're not even sending our best to fucking assassinate. Cause what the hell was that? Lee Harvey Oswald would never, bitch. John Wilkes Booth would never.
Today was like this close to being the best day ever.
Also, the person that at Trump at his rally was exercising that right that all of those Republicans were fighting for. So, can you really blame him?
John Wilkes.
Yeah. Freaks. Mentally handicapped. Well, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep showing you more. A liberal is having a meltdown because of the assassination. Ms. Trump, these people are insane. Mental illness is real.
You mean to tell me y'all took a shot at Donald Trump and missed, bro? Do you know what that means, bro? You just handed that man the presidency of the United States of America because you missed. You just made that man a martyr, bro. You just made him a martyr, bro. You mean to tell me?
Yep. And there's more. Believe me, there's a whole lot more. Tom Fitton, here we go.
Hey everyone, Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton here with a special update on today's awful attempted assassination on President Trump that not only led to his near death and injury, but to the death of an innocent Trump supporter there in the stands who just came out to watch a person he supports talk about politics. Just so terrible. And others evidently were injured. And so, as I say in our statement on behalf of Judicial Watch, every Judicial Watch supporter, every patriotic American is praying for President Trump, his family, his staff, the family and friends of the poor guy murdered, the poor person murdered, those injured, and of course, all the victims up there in Butler County who were traumatized by this violent attack on President Trump and his supporters. Look, the radical left was attempted to mass murder Republican congressmen, as well as Justice Kavanaugh and his family, and recently Democratic Party leaders through unhinged rhetoric, false allegations of misconduct, proposed legislation, yes, legislation, and sham prosecutions have increased the risk of assassination of President Trump, as well as violence against his supporters. And you can be assured And every American can be assured that Judicial Watch will initiate and has already initiated an independent investigation into the assassination attempt on President Trump. There are a lot of questions out there. How it looks like the shooter shot at him from an elevated position. How on earth did a shooter get into a position to be able to shoot at a presidential candidate, former president, under Secret Service protection? And there are reports that there was not sufficient Secret Service protection. Requests for more support have been denied. We'll obviously be investigating that. And, let's go back to see how we got here. The left, as I said, has been demonizing President Trump, and some of that is political rhetoric, and I understand that. Both sides say outrageous things about politicians they don't like. But there's been this level of rhetoric that goes beyond the norm. And indeed, in Congress, and I've talked about this previously because I was worried something like this was going to result from it. You had the Democratic Party leadership propose a piece of legislation that would have denied Secret Service protection to President Trump if he were convicted and jailed. And as I noted at the time, it was obviously intended to get him killed if he was put in jail. And the very notion or very idea of talking about removing Secret Service protection could incite and cause assassination attempts. And I think that's a contributing factor. I do. And on top of everything else, we're in a crisis right now. And people are going to ask questions. I mean, we had this heroic effort by Secret Service agents. I mean, an act of patriotism and selflessness and heroism that we all witnessed today. Those agents rushing in to surround President Trump and protect him with their bodies. Wonderful individual acts of heroism. Secret Service agent had to take the awful step of not that it was a terrible thing to do. It was the right thing to do. Had to shoot and kill the man who was trying to kill President Trump. So just tremendous acts of heroics. But you have to take a step back, and there are going to be questions about, generally speaking, how the Secret Service is protecting not only President Trump, but other protectees. And my concern is that politics has come into play for providing protection by the Secret Service. Judicial Watch has exposed the corruption and frankly, the outrageous decision-making by the Biden administration to deny Robert Kennedy Secret Service protection. This man, whose father was assassinated, his uncle was assassinated, the President Kennedy, and he's running for president, and the Secret Service isn't protecting him. Just vile decision-making by this administration in that regard. And on top of that, we have the crisis, as I say, of the assassination attempt. But in times of crisis, it's a political crisis. It's a national security crisis. It's destabilizing to the country. That's why it's important that the president have the cognitive ability to competently make the decisions necessary to reassure the American people, protect Americans, and do everything necessary to defend President Trump, ensure the federal government is responding appropriately, etc. And I have zero confidence in President Biden's ability to do that, and all caused by, obviously, we've all been having this debate about his cognitive challenges, whether he should run for president again. But in my view, it's about whether he can be president. And I saw his statement today. He said some of the right things, and of course, everyone's going to be saying the right things about denouncing this, and that's good. And I'm sure he's as horrified personally as others are, but he's not reassuring because of his cognitive challenges, what I would call a disability. So I know you're concerned. I'm upset. It's extremely upsetting. I consider President Trump to be a friend of mine. I think of him. I think of his family. I think of the staff around him who are traumatized. Imagine if someone close to you was harmed like this. And I'm sure just as a regular citizen, you're in tears, you're upset about this. So you can be rest assured that Judicial Watch is going to figure out what went on and work to expose and hold accountable any government official and government agency who should have done their job but didn't, and or anyone else who abused their position that may have contributed to this awful moment. So God bless America. God bless President Trump. And I don't care where you stand politically, but I'm glad to see his heroics during this situation, because I talk about how the public needs to be reassured. So when a man is shot and he gets up and, you know, does the fist saying, I'm okay, that's heroism, no doubt about it. And, you know, I'm sure people who don't like Trump are going to scoff at that comment, but it's true. And, you know, Trump, and I have Trump's statement here, and Trump said, I want to thank the Secret Service and all law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place up in Butler. More importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong, and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. So that's the statement from President Trump. He's obviously safe and sound, or at least as safe and sound as one can be after being shot. But pray for America. You know, pray for your friends and family, because our republic is tottering, and it's been tottering for a variety of reasons. The attacks on Trump, the attacks on the rule of law, and things like this can be very destabilizing. And so Judicial Watch is going to do the heavy lifting to protect the republic in the meantime. And I would encourage you, first thing Monday morning, call Congress, call them, say you need to figure out what the heck's going on. 202-225-3121, 202-225-3121. Speaker Johnson should call the House back into session to deal with this crisis, because right now they're on their recess, their August recess that has begun in July. How do you like them apples? And that should be a priority for the House, the Senate as well. So we need to get to work to protect this country. So try to have a good weekend. Give, say a prayer of thanksgiving that at least President Trump survived. And obviously say prayers for those who were killed and their families and injured. But in the meantime, as citizen activists, you got a lot of work to do, and you can be sure Judicial Watch will do the heavy lifting for you, the American people, the U.S. Constitution, the rule of law, so that we get through this latest crisis as well. Thank you, and I'll be sure to update you as events warrant.
That's Tom Fitton with Judicial Watch. He breaks a lot of really good, very important things, and he also does a lot in regards to getting FOIAs filed and going after particular electors and Senate, Congress, so on and so forth. It's a blue-eyed wanderer. Says one of our elected officials, field director, Jacqueline Marsaw, I don't condone violence, but please get you some shooting lessons so you don't miss next time. Oops, that wasn't me talking. That is the from one of one of the people, the guy who was in charge of the. She is in the staff of the guy who was in charge of the J6 hearings. Yeah. All right. Dan Goldman, November 2023. Trump has to be eliminated.
But his rhetoric is really getting dangerous, more and more dangerous. And we saw what happened on January 6th when he uses inflammatory rhetoric now. And his recent Truth Social post is incredibly, incredibly scary for anyone that might be trying to work in government. And it is just unquestionable at this point that that man cannot see public office again. He is not only unfit, he is destructive to our democracy, and he has to be eliminated. But his rhetoric is—
Yeah. So Dan Goldman, you are partially responsible. Dave did a 4-hour podcast that night. For those of you that missed it, it was not on YouTube. He didn't want to say anything accidentally and get the channel taken down. I appreciate that he did that. I had everything turned off and I was watching them on my tablet, so I couldn't rebroadcast it through that. So, I mean, therefore, I am Trump 24. Here we go.
Nigga Trump, that nigga black at this point. He done been convicted. That nigga got felonies. You feel me? This nigga done been shot at, nigga, shot in the ear, whatever it was. They said it might have been a low caliber weapon, but like, all this nigga needs to do at this point is drop a fucking mixtape, and he's the hardest nigga out. Like right now, it's a wrap, nigga. Like it's done. He's dropping flags and microphones at you niggas. He's harder than some of you soft niggas I know who claim you hard. You feel me?
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. All right. CJ Pearson, my 66-year-old black grandma who has never voted for a Republican for president, just told me today she's voting for Donald Trump. Here we go.
What's up, guys? CJ Pearson here. My 66-year-old grandmother, my 66-year-old black grandmother who has never voted for a Republican president in her entire life just told me she's voting for Donald Trump in November. Today was the tipping point for her. She said, and I quote, "The Democrats have lost their damn minds." And she's absolutely correct. She's absolutely right. Guys, they tried to kill that man today, but inadvertently, what they do not realize is they only made him stronger. What's up, guys?
Yep. They made him stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. How many times have we been told that in our lifetime? Yep. Here's Rick Wilson.
Just sit back on the sidelines and say, oh, well, don't worry, this will all work itself out. They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
Yep. I'm going to play that one more time just so people get it.
Just sit back on the sidelines and say, oh, well, don't worry, this will all work itself out. They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
Yep. Tell me you ain't calling for it. Yep. Watching the ladies at work here. What's she gonna block? Oh, I'm sorry. His kneecaps need protection. Okay. The other thing is, watch this one try to holster her weapon. Here we go. Watch her try to holster her weapon. Three women, way too short. Way too short. Incapable of covering the target. Period. Should not be on this detail. Now, if this was George Bush Jr., not senior. Senior was over 6 feet tall too. Okay. Junior, they could have covered him. They could have covered his wife. Right? You know, but they're definitely not tall enough to protect Donald Trump. Bumping into each other, everything, all the way down the line. All right. Sir Oliver Pollock, so many people but hurt because I said I'm not buying this assassination attempt. Well, and this is where I'm going to say True Stormy Joe was correct about one thing. However, there were a couple of things that he was definitely wrong about with the others.
So Absolute and I hit on this during our live stream, and I want to go through it for the people who didn't see our live stream. So obviously we know what happened in today's event, and POTUS put his fist pump up. He was saying the words, fight, fight, fight. Q 2190. POTUS with his fist pump. Fight, fight, fight. Look at that side by side. Okay. More on Eye of the Storm on Tuesday. See you then.
All right. Remember when Stacey Plaskett, a Democrat delegate to the U.S. House of Representatives, accidentally said, Trump needs to be shot.
Having Trump not only have had the codes, but now having the classified information for Americans and being able to put that out and share it in his resort with anyone and everyone who comes through should be terrifying to all Americans. And he needs to be stopped.
Sorry. She knew exactly what she was saying. She knew exactly what she was saying. All right. Here we go with another.
So an assassination attempt was just made on President Donald Trump, and I don't think it was successful. I think he got grazed in the ear. I'm not going to fearmonger you guys and do the whole conservative, oh my gosh, Trump's shot. I think he's fine. To the knowledge that I was able to find through a few minutes of research, because it just happened a few minutes ago, he's fine. But here's what I want to say, and I've been wanting to say this for a while. I am so tired of these diluted American brains that are listening to this theater script play out on television, telling them that reality is one thing, and they're not smart enough to step out their door and realize reality is completely different. We have the news telling us white supremacy is one of the biggest threats to our country. We have people telling us that the conservatives are the same as the neo you-know-whats. They have people saying that ultra MAGA is violent. They have people saying that Trump's trying to overthrow democracy. They have people saying that all of the violence and the civil unrest and the inflation and everything is conservative Trump fault. And I'm tired of it. If you aren't smart enough to step outside your door and look around and be like, all right, hold up. This theater that I'm watching inside isn't matching what's going on outside. Learn to do your own research. I am tired of you guys just running around, I'm a proud American, and then opening your mouth to be spoon-fed information so you can palate it. Because if you ever had to draw your own conclusion or connect your own dots, you would be completely lost and probably dye your hair purple. There is one president in this race that had an assassination attempt taken against him. As a matter of fact, if you think back to the last president that had an assassination attempt taken on him that has gotten this close, you're going to go back a ways. And if you actually look at the presidents that were assassinated and you look at what they were doing to the government money, you would realize the reason they're getting taken out isn't because some random Joe Schmo downtown doesn't want that president. It's because the system feels threatened. It's not some random person that's living out in the country that's like, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to take out Donald Trump. No, this is a systematic approach, right? Their first approach was, hey, we're going to make sure that Joe Biden gets elected and we're going to make sure he gets the votes. He got the votes. Boom. This time around, they were going to do the same thing. They were going to put Joe out there. He was going to get a landslide of votes. Joe was going to win again. But here's the thing. They decided instead of trying to do anything risky, let's just put our opponent in prison. Let's do it the legal way. Let's send him through the judicial system, get him locked up so he can't run for president. And that failed. And as a matter of fact, it garnished more support for Donald Trump. So they were like, oh crap, Joe Biden, you got to get out there and debate. You got to make sure we can sell how many votes you're going to get and people are going to believe it. But guess what? Joe went up there and fumbled the ball. It's not a coincidence that this assassination attempt happened right after Joe Biden completely fumbled the bag on the debate stage. And all of a sudden, even his own supporters are calling for him to step down. And now the system that you supposedly hate, but somehow still vote liberal, that system is panicking. And the only other option they have, since they already exhausted the fake vote, they've already exhausted the legal proceedings, and now their only option is left with desperate, take him out. If you guys can't actually see this playing out, then I don't know what you're on, but I'm so sick and tired of the mentality that Americans have being like, well, no, start paying attention. Start paying attention. The presidents that get taken out are the presidents that threaten the system that you complain incarcerates black people, the same system that won't give you health care, the same system that's doing everything that you've complained about for decades, yet somehow you keep voting for Joe Biden 1994 crime bill, Kamala Harris imprisoning black people on minor marijuana charges just to put people on her prison workforce. If you don't wake up and smell the freaking flowers, I don't know what you're going to do for the rest of your life. Stop thinking like they're telling you how to think and start thinking for yourself. When you go vote, there's one guy that's taking out the system that hates you, and there's another guy that's making that system stronger. You make that choice.
All right. So those are the comments that I have seen so far, Ghetto. Well, this one came up while I was looking for more comments. That's not my, that's absolutely not my mod, brother. Absolutely not my mods, because it would come up on my in my StreamYard if they had done something, I would know. I'm sorry you're experiencing that. I try to respond to people while in StreamYard, typing a message back to respond to them, and I get an error message telling me to reword it so that it would go through. Okay. I made a comment just a little bit ago about, I'm going to be covering that soon. And YouTube wouldn't let it go through. So that's 100% YouTube. And this is the thing, 25 was currently on suspension for, no, that's all right. No, brother, you're right. You're fine. You're fine. Because of medical misinformation, they say, right? Well, YouTube makes it very clear that they go by the guidelines set by the WHO. YouTube must not be in the United States of America, okay? Because free speech is free speech. Now, if you were saying something that was disrespectful to the chat or to the podcast, that's another story. The mods would do what they do, okay? I would do what I do, okay? But you're not, and it's, so yeah, I totally get where you're coming from, brother. I totally get it, so it's like, and this Trump and Biden being mixed together. This is the shirt. I was talking to you guys about this shirt, the Demolition Ranch, okay, does not connect him to the Veterans Ranch. Anyone can buy the damn shirt, okay? Anybody can get that shirt. You can go online and look it up. It's a Veterans Ranch. Now, they do some pretty obscure shooting, but this kid is not a veteran. Never served a day in the military. He got kicked out of the high school rifle club. Okay? First shot was pure luck. Pure luck. Both for Donald Trump and for him to miss. Well, got a piece, but he didn't get the job done. Yeah. It's censorship is absolutely getting worse. 100%. No doubt about it. So, but I've seen a lot of people posting stuff about Demolition Ranch. Okay. Do not do not get it wrong, okay? Because I'm gonna go like this, okay? If you type in Demolition Ranch, okay, into Duck, I use DuckDuckGo. They have a YouTube channel, not your average gun channel, okay? Okay. What is Demolition Ranch? On Demolition Ranch's site, Carricker also breaks down his earnings, claiming to earn monthly salary, so on and so forth. Here is the crooks wearing a demolition. Let's go ahead and pull this up. The direct. Okay. Demolition Ranch shirt controversy explained. On July 13th, former president of the United States, Donald Trump, was shot in the upper right ear at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The incident resulted in the death of one audience member and critically injured 2 others. The FBI has identified 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks as the alleged shooter responsible for the attacks. He was immediately neutralized by the Secret Service at the rally. Crooks was wearing a Demolition t-shirt, an official piece of merchandise from the popular YouTube creator Demolition Ranch's online store. Demolition Ranch is a popular YouTube channel that creates content about firearms with a wide audience of 11.6 million followers. Its description on YouTube describes itself as not your average gun channel, as is run by Matt Carricker, king of Demolition. Okay. After the July 13th Trump rally, Carricker took to X, formerly Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, in response to Crooks wearing the Demolition Ranch shirt. He initially posted on Instagram and Facebook at 10:20 p.m. Eastern Time on July 13th. Now, I would have you know that my comment was done before that. So I was already sticking up for this Veterans Ranch, okay, before that, okay. And captioning an image of what appears to be Crooks, now deceased, wearing the Demolition Ranch shirt. What the hell? Okay. At 7:57 a.m. Eastern Time, July 14th, Carricker posted on X confirming that news stations have been calling him and asking if he ever spoke with the shooter. Last night was crazy. I've got news stations calling me asking if I ever spoke with the shooter. What the hell? Later, at 6:29 p.m. Eastern Time, Carricker posted again on X, noting how it sucks seeing his name in articles related to the shooting, and promised that he will make a public statement soon on YouTube. Sucks seeing, All right. Much of the appeal for fans of Demolition Ranch is Carricker's continual creativity with unique weapons and interesting concepts. Demolition's Ranch, most popular video with 24 million views, is titled "How Deep Into the Dirt Will It Go?" and shows Carricker shooting different guns to see how far the bullets will go into the ground. Long before this controversy, Carricker began Demolition Ranch in 2011 and has since begun running 2 spin-off channels, Vet Ranch, which focuses on rescuing and treating homeless animals, and Off the Ranch, which features his family life. Matt graduated from Texas A&M University with a degree in veterinary medicine and biomedical sciences in 2008 and is a certified veterinarian. However, he hasn't practiced as a vet since 2018, focusing on the YouTube. During the interview with Texas Pride Trailers, Carricker discussed the origins of his YouTube career, emphasizing that he initially made videos for fun without any financial gain. Despite failing his veterinary board exams due to his video making distractions, he explained that he eventually passed, became a vet, and balanced his career with content creation. Over time, he developed a successful YouTube presence, hiring a team to handle editing, which allowed him to focus on filming and spend more time with his family. Finally, he mentioned the importance of passion in sustaining his YouTube career and his openness to whatever career paths his children might choose. Outside of Crooks wearing a Demolition Ranch shirt, there's no other evidence connecting Carricker to the suspected shooter. All right? It's that simple. Okay, and there is a wow, really? They're not even showing. Well, they're not even showing where you can get his gear anymore, but it was up on here originally, where you could go and I think this is no. Wow. Bunker branding. Here you go. So this is where you can go in where the kid could go and buy that exact shirt. Okay, and I'm actually going to show it to you right here. Okay, because here you can see on the front and what is on the back. Okay, anybody can buy the shirt. That's why I said what I said. Okay, because it's wrong for people to automatically assume that because somebody's wearing a shirt that he falls into a particular category of people and so on and so forth. You get where I'm going with this? So let's take the sensationalism out of the shirt and put it onto the shooter. Okay? All right. Real raw or raw alerts. Breaking new video obtained by TMZ shows the shooter reportedly identified as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, opening fire at the former President Donald Trump before being shot. In the background, a woman can be heard yelling, "Crooks, what are you doing? Get over here."
I hope he's turning this way. Be careful, guys.
What are you doing? Somebody go down. He's right there. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. Ross!
Now, where's that? Dude, that's exactly why we need fucking Trump here.
Oh, fucking Secret Service don't fuck around, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, look, they're undercover.
Where's that one?
That's him, right?
So the girl that knew him was down there with the crowd standing there in the shade underneath the trees. So that guy who was talking the other day, the redheaded guy who said that he saw somebody going up, onto the ladder, but he was too far away. Okay. He must have been way back compared to where these people were on the edge of the trees, because you saw that they were standing in a shaded area. Okay. And all that. So, all right. So check out what Biden's Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle, has been doing. She wants to focus on diversity hires and a goal of 30% of agents to be women by 2023. Let's hear it straight from the horse's ass herself.
To expand hiring, they're aiming to have 30% women recruits by 2030, and even allowed YouTube influencer Michelle Khare to train with agents.
But I'm very conscious as I sit in this chair now of making sure that we need to attract diverse candidates and ensure that we are developing and giving opportunities to everybody in our workforce, and particularly women.
That workforce will be pivotal for the 2024 campaign season, which for the first time includes a former president who already has lifetime protection. Agents were there when Donald Trump was arraigned in New York.
We were able to work out the details ahead of time of how that particular day was going to go, but we will always ensure the safety of all of our protectees that we have.
The service has a zero-fail mission, a mission officers are training to uphold, pretending this field is the most famous address in America?
What have I been saying? Too short. Too short. Oh, we got to have diversity hires. Fuck you and your diversity. That's what I say. All three of them bumping into each other. One can't even holster her pistol. It's like watching, what was that? The Keystone Cops. That's what we're watching there. The Keystone Cops. I would use a different cut word before that. Yeah. All right. I mean, therefore I am. I love this, brother. 2024. Again, we're going through reactions. Okay. To see what people are saying. See if people's minds have been changed one way or the other. To see what perspective they have on this. Maybe, responding to reactions of other people, so on and so forth. Okay.
Hey, Sleepy Joe and the Democrats, what y'all got going on? If you can't beat them unalive, they just trying to take out Trump. Literally, I just sit there and watched it live. My man grabbed his neck like this here. Secret Service get out. I said, what is this, a movie? Is this a script? I don't know what's going on. All I know is one thing for sure, two things for certain. Somebody done called a hit. And we know what's going on. Y'all know that man finna win the election. Y'all know Sleepy Joe almost out of here. Y'all know what's going on. Did y'all just see that on TV? Did y'all just see that? History was just right before them folks just took a shot at Trump. And then my man got up and threw Black Power up like this here. My man did this here. My man threw up Black Power like this. I know it was Black Power. It wasn't no. My man threw up Black Power with blood leaking down it. Hey, Trump, I'm gonna go and let you know now. You just won the election, my guy. You listen to me. These folks just seen the Patriot. Then you got up like you grew up in the hood. You got up and took that hit like a man. Them folks done grazed your ear. Them folks done hit you like this here. You done went down. Then you got up and hit them like this here. You just won the election. Sleepy Joe is over. You gonna go take your nap for however long you want to take it. It's done.
Yeah. Many, many reactions. Many of them. Wow, watch this. I haven't considered this person ever. What are your thoughts about the Antichrist? Now, this is just to give you something else to think about, clear your brain. It's like when you go and you get a big platter of food and everything, you got to have something there that cleans your palate, right? Cleans your palate. Gives, goes in, does a little wipe and makes some, a clean space for some more information to go into. You know what I'm saying? Let's take a listen.
Who is the Antichrist? I've got this question a lot in my DMs so many times, so I figured I would address who I believe it is. A lot of people message me saying they know for sure it's Trump. A lot of people message me and say that they know for sure it's Obama. Understand something. The Antichrist is not going to be a hated person at first. Revelation 13 talks about how the Antichrist will be loved and worshiped and followed all across the world. Everyone's going to love this man at first. Before I get into it, I want you to understand everything that God does, Satan mimics in his own little ways. Just as God sent Jesus to die on the cross for all of our sins, Satan will also send his son, the Antichrist. So no, I do not think that it will be Trump because a lot of people hate that man. I don't think that it will be Obama because a lot of people hate that man. I do, however, believe the Antichrist will be this man right here, Mr. Beast. Also, the Bible refers to the Antichrist as the Beast. He is literally the biggest social media influencer of all time. The whole entire world pretty much knows who this man is. Out of all this man's main YouTube channels, he has over 450 million subscribers. It doesn't even include all of these other subscribers I'm fixing to show you. He has channels for people in Mexico that speak Spanish. He has channels for all of these different countries. Here's his channel for people in Brazil. Keep in mind, I did not add any of these subscribers up. Remember, the whole world will love this man at first. Here's him in Africa building over 100 wells for these people. Very nice and generous of him, right? Here's him giving over 100 houses away. Very, very generous of this man, right? Keep in mind the whole world is loving and praising this man for all the great, generous things he's doing. Let's dig deeper because it's about to get very interesting. Isn't it funny that he said he would run for president and everybody is behind him, backing him, saying, hey, man, we would support you. You're so great. We love you. Let's take a look at Revelation 13:2. It says, and the beast I saw was like a leopard, and his feet were like a bear's, and his mouth was like a lion's mouth. And to it the dragon gave his power and his throne and great authority. Satan gives him his power. Remember, the head of a leopard and the mouth of a lion. The name Mr. Beast alone should be a major red flag. The Bible describes the Antichrist as the beast. Keep in mind, this dude could have picked any name, anything, but he calls himself Mr. Beast. Now, here's a part that's really about to make you scratch your head. Remember when I said in the very beginning that God sent his son Jesus to die on the cross for our sins? We are his children. Those that believe in me will not perish. All you have to do is believe in him if you want eternal life. Just listen. Well, Satan will send his son, the Antichrist, and the Antichrist, the Bible says, will force all great, free, small, rich, powerful. It doesn't matter who you are. You will all be forced to receive a mark on your right hand or your forehead. And those that do not get it will be persecuted. When you accept this mark, you become part of Satan's. There is no going back. Your eternity is sealed. And if you don't get this mark, you get persecuted. When you take this mark, you literally become a child of Satan's. Now, this is Mr. Beast's girlfriend, Thea. And Thea wrote a book. Out of all the titles this woman could have chose, just wait, it's going to blow your mind. She writes a book called The Marked Children, where children are born with magical marks on their bodies. If that doesn't make you sit and scratch your head, I honestly don't know what to tell you. Oh man, look how nice he is. Over 1,000 blind people can see again. Sounds pretty biblical to me, huh? The Bible says that the Antichrist will be wounded by the sword, but yet he lives. In other words, he will suffer a fatal wound and come back to life. When he comes back to life, that is when Satan will enter him. For everyone saying, oh no, Mr. Beast is just too nice, he would never do anything like this, Satan himself was once an angel. I'm not saying 100% that he is the Antichrist, but he's a very great candidate to be one. I could keep going on and on with reasons as to why I think he is the Antichrist, but unfortunately, I got to get back to work. Maybe I'll post a part 2 later on, but if you watch this whole video, I love each and every one of y'all, and peace.
Yeah. Interesting, huh? Yeah. All right. Great awakening.
So President Trump just got shot. And as someone who voted against Trump in both 2016 and 2020, this is a cause for deep reflection by me. And my question is, have we been told the truth at any point over the last 8 years about who Trump is and what's actually going on here? A lot of people who are pro-Trump have been saying that this is the playbook of they, whether it's a deep state or, you know, some shadowy interest in the government. First, they try to cancel you. So they say shit about your character. They say things that can't actually be proven. They take quotes from you that make you basically look bad. The second thing that they try to do is they try to convict you of something. In this case, trumped up charges about you paying legal expenses to a porn star for her to not say that you had sex with her. It's like, morals aside, like, is that really a big deal enough to convict someone? And then the third thing that they try to do is they try to kill you. And that's just what happened with Trump. And actually, you know, I've been updating my view on Trump recently, and I started going back to some of the things that I was told that he said, and some of them he literally did not say. Like, for example, you remember when we were told that he said of white supremacists and other racists in a rally that he said that they were good people? It's not true. If you actually watch the whole clip, and I'll share a link to the clip here, you can see that he's clearly saying there were other people at the rally who are good people.
You're calling the alt-left and white supremacists on the same moral plane.
I'm not putting anybody on a moral plane. What I'm saying is this: you had a group on one side and you had a group on the other, and they came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious and it was horrible.
So this is a time where it's really hard to know what to believe, but you know, sometimes when we hear things are conspiracy, maybe it's time to listen because maybe it's not.
I like that. I like that. You know, that's, you know, he wants facts. not narratives. He wants facts. And I think that that's a fair thing to ask for. I think that's 100% what everything, All right. Black American has a message for Democrats in the deep state. It's here we go.
Hey, I would like to thank the powers who thought that would be a great idea to try to harm President Trump. We'd like to thank you for the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And boy, are the numbers gonna be earth-shattering. Democrats are done. You fuckers are never gonna be in power again. Your great-great-great-great-grandchildren ain't gonna fucking be in power. Peace.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Okay, talking about Unhinged. Here we go.
How do you miss that? We don't miss those. Come on, man. Fuck. We don't miss those. One shot at greatness to be mentioned in the history books. And you missed the shot? Fuck. How do you
You see what I'm talking about? These kids have been so deeply indoctrinated. It's ridiculous. All right. Where were y'all then? Here we go.
60 seconds and your popcorn. Trump Bucks website. Trump Bucks website taken down after buyers.
Now, there, before we go into this, and this is the reason that I said this. Somebody was mentioning in chat the other day that they were looking at Trump Bucks, or they bought some Trump Bucks and all that. And I believe Ronnie and Steve were talking about it. And this is so this is in direct correlation to that topic, the Trump Bucks. Okay.
60 seconds and your popcorn. Trump Bucks website. Trump Bucks website taken down after buyers fall for fake currency. Victims of con investing thousands of dollars in fake bills plastered with Trump's face they believed would make them rich. Told you about this, man. You want to know who did this, right? Oh, y'all think I forgot it's Christmas time. I ain't stopping. We going back at these motherfuckers. Following a FOIA from NBC, the Federal Trade Commission confirmed at least one fraud complaint against Patriots Dynasty. Okay, one of the companies behind the scheme alongside Patriots Future and USA Patriots. The Better Business Bureau, a nonprofit which informs U.S. consumers, gave the companies an F or failing rate. No criminal claims have been filed, NBC said. So hold on, I'm going to show you something. Now, I know for a fact, Donald J. Trump said basically, to pursue the removal of any solicitation of Trump Bucks and any unauthorized use of President Donald Trump's name, image, or likeness. Oh, who pushed Trump Bucks? Who pushed Trump Bucks? Who pushed them? I mean, it's not like I'm the only one saying this, guys. But who pushed the Trump Bucks, the Trump coins, and all this bullshit scamming on Telegram? And this, I got millions of these, guys. Look. You see it? You see it. Look at it. Right? Look at this one right here. I know he's a deviant creep. He's a fraud, scammer, pedo, and con. Phil Godlewski is the worst fraud on.
Here's the rest of it. Oh, that's not a video. Okay. All right. Yeah. So, all right. So, older millennial said there is no scenario where the Secret Service wasn't in on this assassination attempt. And listen, guys, all right, I've got a line of content already. As you can see, I'm not even halfway up the page yet. How about we get through that? All right, and anything else I'll look at later. I'm not going to jump from what I have planned.
We got to have an honest conversation about how a lot of the shit surrounding this assassination attempt seems really fishy. And by fishy, I mean that a lot of the shit surrounding the shooting doesn't make any sense. And there's really only two scenarios that would explain all the weird shit. That being either complete and total incompetence by the Secret Service, or they were in on it. But let's talk about the most glaring issue here. In the area where Trump was giving that speech, there was only one building. That building was 150 yards away, and provided a clear line of sight to where President Trump was giving his speech. And that wasn't secured. Like, not only was the building not secure, but the rooftop, which was fucking white, wasn't even being watched. Like, that building provides the optimal vantage point to fire a shot at the president. Like, if you look where he was speaking, there is no other spot whatsoever that provides that type of vantage point. And that building wasn't secured, and the rooftop very obviously wasn't being watched because the shooter was wearing dark colors and the fucking roof was white. Like, even without a fucking scope, you could have spotted him. But what you're telling me is that highly trained Secret Service agents didn't look there. They didn't look or pay attention to the only spot that shot could have been fired from. They didn't look at the only building in that entire field that provided that line of sight. I call bullshit. There is no fucking way you don't secure that building. There is no fucking way you don't have eyes on that rooftop at all times. And the surroundings to that building are all wide open field. You're telling me that nobody in the Secret Service, nobody in the local police, nobody in SWAT, none of them saw him approach that building out of the middle of nowhere? Like, think about it for a second. That kid had to have parked somewhere way out of the way and then walked to that building wearing dark clothes in a wide open field and on a white roof. And fucking nobody saw him? Bullshit. It's either that kid is the sneakiest dude on the face of the earth, or the Secret Service is incredibly incompetent and every one of them needs to resign. Or, and this is what I'm really leaning towards, because I worked with the Secret Service when I was in the Army, and I know they are elite and very, very, very good at their jobs. They allowed it to happen. They wanted it to happen. Because there is really no other explanation. Secret Service is far too well trained and far too elite to allow that to happen. They would have known to secure that building and keep eyes on that rooftop 100% of the time. And that kid was wearing dark clothes on a fucking white roof. There is no way he slipped under their radar. There is no way he got to that building without them noticing. There is no way he got on that roof without them noticing. And there is no way he set up for a shot on that roof without them noticing. Sadly, I don't think we're ever going to get an answer to this. I don't have any faith in the FBI to actually investigate this and prove anything that actually happened. I think what we're going to get is a story of a crazed kid, and we're just going to have to ignore the fact that none of this makes sense. But let's be real, this is really fucking fishy.
Yep, really fishy. All right. Did God save Trump? Matt Kim, here we go.
Did God save Trump? Last night, like most of you, I went through a roller coaster of thoughts and emotions. First, shock, anger, horror, then the forever iconic photo. President Trump, blood streaking down his face, fist raised high in vigor, with the American flag flying inverted in the background, the sign of political protest. And then my analytical, logical side of my brain kicked into overdrive. Where was the Secret Service on this? Inside job? Was the miss intentional? Who's to gain? Who's to lose? Deep state cover up? I played back every possible scenario in my head, questioning the left, questioning the right, even questioning Trump. None of it made any sense. There's actually no rational explanation for the chain of events. Randomness, luck, coincidence? Except there is no coincidence. I don't believe in it. Laying behind the podium as the Secret Service covers President Trump, you can hear him say, "Shoes. I need my shoes. Let me get my shoes." In a time of shock, confusion, blood dripping down his face, unsure if he'd have been hit, unsure if he'd live or die, in that moment of ultimate vulnerability, President Trump looked for his shoes. Ephesians 6:15, and with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. Feet fitted, ready for spiritual warfare. This morning, after the dust has settled, President Trump put out this message. Quote, "It was God alone who prevented the unthinkable from happening. We will fear not, but instead remain resilient in our faith and defiant in the face of wickedness." He could have said, "I'm the greatest bullet dodger ever." Very Trumpian thing to say. He could have said, "They took their shot and missed. I'm the greatest." Another Trumpian thing to say. But he didn't. In the ultimate test of faith and staring down the ultimate sacrifice right down the barrel, he turned to God. Something happened yesterday while he was laying on the floor. The man changed. He's not perfect. He has his vices, and at times he's operated in the gray. But he's a strong, resilient, brave, and most importantly, chosen leader. God doesn't pick the people we think should be in charge. He doesn't choose the people we think to serve. He chooses, and we simply comply in faith. Last night, things could have gone seriously wrong, not only with President Trump's health, but with the temperature of the country. If the right rioted and burned cities, it would be disappointing, but no one would be shocked. If the right took to the streets and welcomed chaos, it would have been somewhat understood. But it didn't happen. Instead, an entire world of Christians prayed. Probably for the first time in a ridiculously long time, believers all prayed the same prayer. The world seems chaotic. The world seems lost. The world seems to have lost direction, smothered with lies and deception. But this is not a revolution we're going through now. It's a revival.
It is a revival. There's been a revival going on for years. Now, I might get hit for this, but I don't think so. But we're going to find out.
They burning the country down with their progressiveness. It started with changing what gender is, then graduated to you're racist if you think that your life matters and your skin don't have melanin. They don't want peace, they want skeletons. They want men to pretend that they're feminine. They don't want an election, they got so offended by freedom that they just try killing the president. I used to think that the woke were misguided, but now I can see that they're evil. Twitter is angry that Trump isn't dead. You know who got shot? Innocent people. Thought y'all were tolerant, thought we were equals. I thought you valued how everyone feels. Then why are y'all celebrating an attempted assassination like you're part of Antifa? Thank God the left can't aim. Thank God the right don't riot. Welcome to the home of the brave. Freedom ain't afraid of violence. You wish you was dying? Bitch, you missed. Thank God the left can't aim. Why can't we just shoot straight? Y'all are going insane. Bitch, you missed. There's no one else you can blame. Tried to lock them up in a cage. Now you trying to kill what you hate. Bitch, you missed. Told us trust the science, but it never made sense to me. Why would we put all our trust in the enemy? Millions of people are hooked on amphetamines. They're making billions on untested remedies. Borders are open to people with felonies. Biden can't stop them. He don't have the energy. Y'all want to kill the man trying to fight for a better tomorrow by making him Kennedy? I tried to give y'all a chance. Like maybe the left isn't nuts. I was wrong, because y'all are exactly as crazy as every conservative person I know said you were all along. Wanna protest? Go hard. Wanna burn flags? Go off. But y'all are so triggered that you're pulling triggers at presidents. Y'all the terrorists when you're armed. Thank God the left can't aim. Thank God the right don't riot. Welcome to the home of the brave. Freedom ain't afraid of violence. You wish you was dying? Bitch, you missed. Thank God the left can't aim. Why can't we just shoot straight? Y'all are going insane. Bitch, you missed. There's no one else you can blame. Tried to lock them up in a cage. Now you trying to kill what you hate. Bitch, you missed.
It didn't cut off at all, did it? Did it play the whole thing? Did it play? Please tell me it played on all the platforms. I would love to hear that. Did it? Did it? Yes. We got beginning to end. No glitches, no YouTube stuff, no Facebook stuff. Right on. Good. Tom's one of those guys. He wants his music shared. He doesn't want anybody stealing it, but he wants his messages heard. You know what I'm saying? So we shared his message. Now, some people might look at that and think of it as a spit in the eye and say, oh, we're going to try again, but, kind of thing. But I think he made some extremely valid points in that song, and he deserves credit for that. Good job, Tom. Hats off to you. Hand clap, everything else. For whatever reason, Joe Biden's additional Secret Service, either for the day for some function. So in turn, Trump had non-season short run. Not 100%. This is true. Tammy, it's yeah. Okay. All right. Joe Biden gave a press conference regarding Trump's assassination attempt, the backtracking and the toning down of the violent rhetoric is extremely apparent. It was shipwreck.
Ooh, they must have got the dosage so close for this. Today, President Biden got up in front of the press to give comments about what happened at Trump's Pennsylvania rally last night. He did call it an assassination. He called for unity, said he has the talking points. There's no place for political violence in a democracy. He asked people to stop speculating the motives of the shooter. He reiterated that the FBI is going to do their job and they're going to figure it out and they're going to keep him brief. To talk about Secret Service and how he, as president, went above and beyond to ensure that Trump had the best of the Secret Service that was owed to him. Said he spoke to Trump on the phone for a little bit and reiterated that he seems okay. So offered his condolences for the victims of the rally goers last night. A lot of backtracking going on. And like Harry Sisson's one of them. He's making video after video and he's like, we really do. And he's just trying to like, we really do need to calm down. My brother in Christ. A lot of these people who are not outrightly celebrating what happened last night are trying to tone it down a little bit and saying things like, where is no place for political violence in a democracy? They're acting like they didn't, over the last 3 years, subconsciously call for the assassination of the former president. You know, that's what they were doing. You know, the media did it too. These little, we need to take him out. We need to put Trump in the bullseye. They're putting rhetoric out like that to a nation full of people who are mentally ill. What do you think is, you knew You knew what was going to happen. Fucking missed. You missed. Now you've unofficially cinched the 2024 election in favor of Donald Trump. There are still some people out there saying that it was staged for campaign funds. And I don't believe that. Not because I don't believe in false flags. I do, but I am saying that it wouldn't be on a Trump side because this doesn't benefit Donald Trump. What happened last night doesn't benefit his campaign in any way. The way that things were going is what was benefiting his campaign. Constant 24-hour news cycle of the mental decline of Joe Biden is exactly what the country needed to come to terms with, and they were. And this happened, and now we're just not going to talk about it anymore. And Joe Biden comes out and gives a half cognitive speech. I mean, don't believe that that's what this was, but I do believe there's a lot of questions about what happened with the Secret Service, and there's a lot of unanswered questions. Far too much time in between the shooter being spotted and the reaction time of the Secret Service and the local law enforcement. More to come on that as more and more of this starts to come out. The backtracking is fucking wild. Leads me to believe that they knew exactly what they were doing and this was supposed to have a different outcome.
Yeah. All right. This is Scott Lebedo's new painting, My Overnight Therapy. Let me see if I can make this bigger. He is a kick-ass painter. He is a kick-ass painter. Yep. Yep. Scott Lebedo. All right, moving on. So, this is our shooter. Now, Harry Sisson says he's a registered Republican. Well, everybody remembers the 2022 where all the Democrats were shouting, everybody register as a Republican. Register as a Republican so we can primary Trump out and primary these other people out. Remember that? You guys remember that? Because this is how Thomas Matthew, is that his name? Thomas Matthew Crooks feels about Republicans. That was Thomas Matthew Crooks. That was our shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks. But yeah, he was a Republican. Harry Sisson, suck my dick. You are nothing but a wimpy ass little bitch, and you need to shut your mouth big time. Well, oh, I can't believe I just said that on the microphone. I apologize for that, folks. I do. All right. Heart-touching, a massive motorcade of Trump supporters is taking place in front of the Trump Tower right now. This was yesterday. Yesterday, God protected Trump from all evil assassination attempts. And so this was Sunday. And these guys, There was a. I turn the volume down here. Okay. Miles and miles and miles of cars that were in a continuous loop. And, yep, no joke. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. These little twits that are paid affiliates, paid pundits of the Democrat Party that were calling for this for weeks now. Absolutely. Yep. All right. Exclusive. Thomas Matthew Crooks, 20-year-old shooter who tried assassinating President Donald Trump at his campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania last night, was featured in a BlackRock ad in 2023. The ad was filmed at Bethel Park High School. That's where he went to school. This was the ad.
Financial well-being.
And mind you, he was a short-haired kid then. Okay, kind of combed to the side.
My name is Brian DeLallo. I teach AP and Honors Economics in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Right there. He was right there. That's him, right there.
In Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Financial well-being to me is knowing that I can be free to do the things that I love to do. I hope when I retire someday.
Now, BlackRock took this down. They took this ad down immediately after the assassination. Yep, they took it down. All right. We can. Okay, here we go.
Your thoughts on this, Dan? Just continue where you left off on the reaction here.
So again, open security questions right now, and this is why, again, I think
you guys, you're killing me. You're killing me. You guys need to really get on my X feed and copy these links and stuff. Kill me. You're killing me. There you go. There you go. That's the one on BlackRock.
the Secret Service, the PR, Anthony Guglielmi, has to be very careful about what they put out. You know, he says in his X post, and you can read it yourself, you don't need to hear it from me, that they deployed these extra resources and technology. Okay, well, which ones? You're telling me the best technology you have was deployed and you missed a shooter 130 yards? Say it was 200 yards. The Secret Service CS team, Pete, the counter sniper teams, and I'm not sure those two guys are Secret Service. We have remember that we don't always, when we go to New York sometimes with high-level protectees, we'll use NYPD ESU counter sniper. So I'm not really sure either way, they'd still be briefed in. The question we have to ask is, if that's the best technology we have, and we had a CS team up there with a shooter that, you know, we're trained out to 1,000 yards in the Secret Service with the counter sniper team. How did they miss someone at most, you know, 1/5 of the way there? It doesn't make any sense. And even worse, it's broad daylight on a white roof. So again, open questions here. Was there forward-looking infrared deployed? Was there aerial support, drones, helicopters? You know, something happened too. If you go back and listen to the audio, I want you to listen to this after I get off here. When Donald Trump, after this tragic thing happens, you'll see the Secret Service agents. And by the way, I know some of those guys personally. It takes a lot to run into bullets, divorcing the security failure. So at least they did that part, you know, correctly, and they knew what they were doing after the security absolutely failed. But you're going to hear something if you listen closely. The guy mentions Hawkeye on the scene. He's talking about those two, the black BDU with the tactical gear CAT element, that two-man CAT element. That stands for counter assault team. That's a Secret Service special weapons team, equivalent to our SWAT. So they're there. They all deployed and did what had to be. That the bunting around the front of the stage is probably armor. Donald Trump knew to duck. I mean, most people would. He saved his own life. That's just a fact. The evacuation did not go right. I mean, the rule with the Secret Service is cover the protectee and evacuate. The other rule is maximum to the protectee, minimum to the problem.
Okay, so what was I saying before? Okay, it is maximize your size in order to completely cover your target. Those women were incapable of covering him. Now, understand that I'm not degrading women in saying what I'm saying. Okay? I'm sure that there are women out there who are 6 feet or maybe a little bit taller, okay, that are capable of covering the size of this man. But he's what, 6'3"? Okay, 260 pounds. And somebody who weighs 160 or 170 pounds, that's 5 feet tall, is not going to be able to protect this man.
Why minimum to the problem? Because you don't know that's the only problem. It could be a distraction. There could be another person in the crowd. So if you don't jump on the protectee, you could be looking at multiple shooters. So at least that part, the guys there, stepped up there. But the failure here is absolutely catastrophic. And I got to tell you, the Secret Service should be very careful. I can tell you and absolutely confirm from the horse's mouth, from multiple people, not just one. And I saw Congressman Waltz text this out before on X. There have been repeated requests to increase the security footprint around not just the residences of Donald Trump, but the body itself. And they have been rebuffed. Like I said, I can tell you actual quotes. The Secret Service directors completely failed and candidly should resign today. Kim Cheadle has failed Donald Trump and honestly failed Joe Biden too. He's the president right now. Where's the DHS secretary? I mean, this is, you're blaming it on manpower? So just to be clear, we're a $4 trillion United States government and we can't fork over enough money to keep our people alive? And then you're sending out tweets like, oh, this is the best technology we have. Really? To let a sniper 150 yards away from the potential next president shoot a piece of his ear off? That's your victory lap? Give me a break, man.
Dan, I mean, you bring up so many amazing points, and I just don't even know where to begin except to ask you, why would the Secret Service not beef up more security for the man who is most likely to be assassinated in the entire world? Why would they not deploy more resources? Why weren't there drones over? Is it that this woman, Kimberly Cheadle, the director, is incompetent? Could there be something else there? What is happening? Is it DEI? What's going on?
Well, Rachel, it's my job, if I'm going to give an opinion, to back it up. Opinions are like holes, right? Everybody has one. The difference between one opinion over the other in a courtroom and anywhere else is, can you back it up? I want everyone at home, go on your phone or computer now, and I want you to look up U.S. Secret Service, red ties, Donald Trump. Yeah, read it. The Secret Service was more concerned about protective agents around Donald Trump. If you think I'm making this up, go to a left-wing search engine if you think I'm biased. Go to Scroogle and put it, oh, you're reading a story right now. They were more concerned about the color of the Secret Service agents' ties around Donald Trump, given the perception that a red tie was somehow, I've got red ties. I'm a Republican. It's nothing to do with it. I just like red ties. They go nice with white shirts. That's an actual, oh, you see it right now. I'm not crazy. This is what the Secret Service was concerned about. They put out, 1,000 tweets about all of this DEI stuff. Do I know that's related here? I don't. I'm just saying, you have one job and only one job. Your job is keep the body alive, no matter what. Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Jill Biden, the president of Djibouti, it doesn't matter. That is your job. They absolutely, resolutely, 100% failed. Not a single excuse should be made. Not a single excuse should be attempted. This should be the subject of congressional hearings and investigations, because if they can't do this, and this is the best technology you had, then folks, there's no purpose anymore. This isn't the agency I grew up in. It's not. I spent 12 years of my life there, and I'm telling you, I know some of those guys personally. These are good men and women. But this was an apocalyptic security failure. And don't ever forget, an uneventful failure is never a success. And the fact that Donald Trump didn't die yesterday is no reason for anybody to take some kind of victory lap. And before we start sending out plaudits, we better look and do a hot wash on this and find out exactly how abysmal this security plan was.
Well, uniquely, because you also have unique experience, uniquely, you've been able to tell us today that the failure is on both the ground level and the immediate reaction, the advanced level, and seeing what could potentially be the problem, and at the organizational level in what kind of resources were given to Donald Trump over time. And as we said, you have the experience to know. Dan Bongino, thanks so much for
your thoughts on this, Dan.
Yep. So just pointing out obvious things. Pull up a fucking chair, Sheila. Let's talk. This is in regards. Don't waste our time with this crap. Replying to Shipwreck. Yeah.
Let me just reiterate something that I had to say earlier this week. I do what I want. I post what I want. I don't work for Fox News or CNN or OANN. I don't work for any of these. I don't get a consistent paycheck every week. Therefore, I post what I want. Most of the time, 99% of the time, Sheila. Okay, I post news and I post things and I post information. 99% of that time, that information and that news is dreaded and it's yucky and it's low vibrational. Although it's important, a lot of the times it's just a Debbie Downer type of situation. So on the off chance, Sheila, that I want to post something fun or I want to post something that maybe I thought was funny that I would like to share with other people to bring their spirits back up, I'm going to fucking do that, Sheila. You're not feeding me, you're not fucking me, and you're not financing me. I don't work for you. For Sheila, you don't get to tell me what to do. I'm part of the ads program and the creator fund program on TikTok. And yes, that absolutely helps. And yes, I appreciate all the interactions that I get and all the shares and all the good comments. I don't make enough, Sheila, okay, to continue doing it at your beck and call. I will walk the fuck away. And then you can go and figure shit out all by yourself, or you can find somebody else, you and anybody else that thinks that they have the right to dictate my content in my comments can fucking go. Who I am and what I am about is not about followers. It's not about clicks. It's not about views. And it's not about likes. Obviously, considering I have been kicked off social media more times than I can count. So get fucked, Sheila, and stay fucked. Anybody else that is making comments like these, like, kick rocks barefoot. Let me just.
She said, you don't feed me, you don't, you don't fuck me, and you don't cover my finances. Oh my, I love it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've already been covering that, Navy Vet. I don't need Bear to do it for me. All right, people like Harry J. Sisson are responsible for this. I've said it.
There are Republicans out there trying to blame Joe Biden for the shooting that happened at Donald Trump's rally today.
So not only is Joe Biden responsible, but so are you. So is Chris, Parker, Dean, Dash, all of them. Because you all spread this insane fucking rhetoric. When we talk about Biden, we talk about his presidency. We talk about his failures as a president. That's not what you guys do. So you tell people that Donald Trump is just like that mustache man. That if Donald Trump's elected, everybody's getting locked up in cages, that their rights are going to be taken away. They're going to end the country as we know it, knowing full well that's not true. You don't actually fucking believe that, but you think it's okay to push that kind of talk. What you don't understand is there is a lot of crazy fucking people in this country. If some of those crazy people actually believe the bullshit you push, of course they're going to take action because you told them that their whole life is over if he gets elected. You told them that they're going to be locked up or they're going to starve or they're going to die. Harry, make no mistake. This shooting happened because you guys don't know how to debate in good faith. You don't know how to argue in good faith. And that's what led to this.
All right. I saw those comments. You all sitting in there trying to be matchmaker, make me a match. She's married, but if she wasn't, All right. Behave myself. I love her. I love her. I love her content. I think she does a great job. That's why we share her content with you guys. She's got her own channel on YouTube and on X. And I would recommend following her. Absolutely. I would 100% say follow her. She's clearly somebody who is well thought about what she says, articulates herself extremely well, and is strong in her opinions and her convictions. So, all right, here we go.
Breaking news, Trump was just shot at a rally in Pennsylvania. Now, I'm on the road right now, so I don't have all the details, but I'm hearing that he was grazed in the ear, and I'm hearing that it was multiple people that got shot, but at least they got the shooter. Now, when I heard this, people were sending me tweets to my phone of people making fun of Trump getting shot. This is the tolerant left. Y'all have the fucking nerve to call MAGA and Trump supporters extremists, and y'all doing shit like this, then turn around and making fun of the situation. Someone getting hurt. But I tell you one thing, Trump today proved that he's fucking him. You understand me? Trump has showed that he is him. That's my fucking president, y'all. That is my president, standing strong. It's okay, though. I promise y'all, his poll numbers is about to go up even higher. This situation right here just solidified his victory. Y'all don't even know. So y'all could key, ha, 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 laugh all day on the goddamn internet. Trump won. Prayers for you, Donald Trump. We love you, we support you, and we are here for you. That's a strong man right there.
Peace. Yeah. All right. So this is what that kid looked like in school. Observe everything, conclude little. What is the likelihood that this person, at the ripe old age of 20 years old, and absolutely no formal weapons training, was able to acquire a rifle, unload the rifle inconspicuously from his vehicle, climb a ladder with said rifle onto a sheet metal roof noise adjacent to the rally complex and draw no attention? Bear crawled himself forward on said roof to a spot where a clear line of sight for POTUS Donald Trump was available, sight in the rifle, and fire off enough shots to injure Trump and kill a rally attendee before being neutralized by USSS sniper, who also had a clear shot line of sight for the shooter's rooftop position in the first place. Lee Harvey Oswald, John Wilkes Booth, now Thomas Matthew Crooks. Questions lead to answers. He did have some formal training. He attended the rifle program in his high school. He was in it for a couple of months, and then he got kicked out. So, American Biker has a message to Democrats about Donald Trump after the assassination of Trump.
So I'm out here on a ride. I've been on the road for the last couple of hours. I go inside the bar to see that somebody just tried to assassinate Trump. Yeah, so next time they tell you that conservatives are crazy, I want you to remember, nobody tried to assassinate Biden. Nobody tried to assassinate Obama. And they just made a martyr out of Trump. He'll absolutely get elected. He will 100% get elected because you Democrats have lost your fucking minds. I'm out.
Yep. Carla Boone says.
So those assholes finally did it. They finally made an attempt on President Donald Trump's life. Many of us were afraid that it would come to that because they're desperate. They're desperate. God saved President Donald Trump. It was God, and I don't care. People watch this video for posterity's sake who may have a problem with me talking about God. God saved that man because he's a God-fearing man who is not afraid to take on the beast. He's not afraid to challenge the evil that has been destroying this great country. I want y'all to understand something, man. There's a spiritual battle. There's a spiritual battle. Denzel said it best. Denzel Washington just got through talking about that. There's a spiritual battle, people. But I'm going to tell you something, though. Every time, you see, the word talks about, I think it's in Psalms, book of Psalms. No weapon formed against me shall prosper in the mighty name of Jesus. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. They've tried to destroy this man every freaking time, and he comes out every time. More people rally behind him every time they try to destroy this man. Now, they tried to assassinate this man. They tried to unalive him. And what does he do out of instinct? Anybody else would have cowered and ran and been trying to duck for their life. He defiantly throws up his fist. Fight. He said, fight. Fight. Well, you know what? I know a couple of videos back, I was ready to give up. I was disgusted. I said, you know what? Fuck it. We've lost this country. It's done. It's lost. It's over. But after watching President Donald Trump, I mean, I don't think I would have had the balls to do that. I don't think I'd have been brave enough to do that. Blood coming out of his ear, coming from his ear with a bullet. And God helped the other patriots who are in critical condition. I think from what I understand, one person's unalive. But this is what the left does, right? Right? But yet, MAGA supporters are violent. MAGA this, MAGA that, and all Trump supporters are violent. Really? You fucking kidding me? Really? Really? It's okay for the left to incite violence on this man. And that's all they've done from day one. The mainstream liberal media is so fucking responsible for this shit. And the fucking Democrat and Rhino Republican handlers, they control them too. All right, I had to reel my shit in for a minute. Had to get my mind right. Yeah, but it is what it is, guys. God bless Donald Trump. God bless America. Man, you can't get more powerful than this man. Took a freedom shell for us. He's willing to give up. He's given up so much for us, for our great nation. And that's why it makes me so angry when I see these stupid, ignorant ass people trash talking this man and believing the lies they've told on this man. And not only is he trying to look out for us, them too. The same jackasses that's talking shit about him, the same jackass that believe the lies, well, they live in this country too. And when we benefit, they'll benefit too, even if they're too stupid to realize it. This man threw his fist up in the air in defiance, even after coming this close from not being here anymore through an act of violence. I want y'all to think about that shit. And even motherfuckers that may not like him, respect him more after this. All they have done is all but cemented his victory. People that were on the fence are now not on the fence anymore. And what they don't understand is if they were to have succeeded in unaliving that man, see, God knows what he's doing. God knows what he's doing. God has a plan. But see, I'm going to walk by faith and not by sight. I'm going to sit back. Trump 2024, God bless America. God bless you, my fellow patriots. It's not over yet, because ain't no fat lady singing. And there's your oopsie poopsie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Savage daughter says, wakey, wakey.
This is the wildest take possible. You guys love to call out narcissism, gaslighting, victim blaming. What do you call this, bro?
And then the biggest threat that officials are telling me tonight is in the form of retaliatory violence. You're taking me to exactly what I've been underscoring and is frankly very concerning. And the counterterrorism officials and Homeland Security officials that I've spoken to in the last few hours are deeply concerned that this event will be used as a rallying cry to launch attacks against individuals associated with the Biden campaign and lead to broader domestic distress. So
Somebody on the left just tried to shoot the president in the head right now, and your biggest concern of violence is the retaliation instead of the violence that just happened? What? What level of a deceiver do you have to be at for you to watch somebody try to kill Trump, and then your first thing back is, well, our first concern, if we're trying to figure out who has the greatest propensity for violence, needs to be looking out for those who are about to retaliate. Completely ignoring the propensity for violence that you just saw from your side, bro. I mean, hopefully people are starting to see this now. They are expert deceivers. Are you waking up yet? This is the perfect opportunity for you to realize they bullshit you about everything.
Yep. They bullshit you about everything. Mark, I see your comments. I don't know if they're seen in chat or not because I'm not in that chat. So, all right. U.S. Tech Clock Decode 71424. May God bless America. The shot heard around the world. Divine intervention, divine protection. A week to remember, my fellow Americans. The storm is upon us. Winds of change. Winds from the east. The storm is upon us. Dark to light, blackout necessary. Let's see what she's talking about.
Hey guys, we've got a new US Tech Clock message. Today is Sunday, July 14th, 2024. They posted it at 1:11 p.m. Eastern Time. The message is pretty clear, especially after Trump dodged the bullet yesterday. The message is a huge American flag with America and God and the Jesus symbol. It says, may God bless America. We have the angels on each corner of America. America is being divinely protected, guys. And Trump missing that bullet barely, you know, an inch off, you guys, it could have been more, like way more catastrophic. That was clearly divine intervention, you guys. I knew the message today was going to have something to do with, you know, America and, you know, the protection around America. I also thought that maybe they'd bring JFK in, and I thought the time would be like 1:07 with the, you know, 17 calm, but they posted it at 1:11. Now, there are so many things and so many conspiracy theories being said about what happened yesterday. But it is interesting that we have all of these Q drops, okay, saying the shot heard around the world. Everybody's talking about this right now. It's all over the news in every country. We have the boom, 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 a week to remember. The shot heard around the world, a week to remember. We also have dark to light, blackout necessary, and then those who stood chanting USA, the shot heard around the world. We the people, Freedom Day, light, you guys, Freedom Day, you guys. And one thing I wanted to point out as well is Melania Trump's message following the shooting. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it says, "My fellow Americans," and that's something that we've been waiting for from either Trump on Twitter. We didn't know from who, but at the very end of the message, you guys, she says, "The winds of change have arrived." And on Ingersoll Lockwood, they kept referencing the movie Mary Poppins and the song "Winds from the East." And there's a storm coming, and the whole song is about a storm, and the winds from the east are coming, and then Mary Poppins blows in from the east to the west, right? And America's the west, and then we get this message, "My fellow Americans, the winds of change have arrived, and we've been waiting for. The storm is here." This Q drop is what we've been waiting for. My fellow Americans, look to Twitter. Back then, it wasn't X, it was Twitter. But they said, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." And then we get this message from Melania Trump saying, "My fellow Americans," just like the Q drop. And then at the very end, "The winds of change have arrived." So you guys, this is what we've been waiting for. It might not say it exactly, but this is what we've been waiting for. We've been preparing for this moment for so long, you guys. The shot heard around the world. Okay, we also have boom, 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 a week to remember. It says a week to remember all over. And Trump knows the time is here, you guys. And like I said, we've got a week to remember all over the place. It says dark to light, blackout necessary. Which is funny because I was talking to my sister yesterday and today, and I told her that if they can't take Trump out, they're going to plan something else. They're going to take out either social media or, the power. So we can't watch TV. We can't watch him do his rallies. They're going to try everything that they can to make sure that he doesn't gain more support, or that the elections don't happen. So you guys, it's going to be crazy. The next few months are going to be so crazy. So they've been preparing us for so long, you guys, telling us to stock up at least 3 weeks on food, water, necessities that we need, because we've known this was coming. We didn't know how it was going to transpire, but you guys, it's starting. These drops are starting to come to fruition now, so we need to prepare. And they've been telling us that we have divine protection, you guys, the angels on every corner of America or the world. And we've got Trump saying, "Fight, fight," not literally fight people, okay? So don't go out and start doing that. I think my sister was like, Trump's saying to fight, now people are going to take him literally and start fight. You guys, we know better, right? So don't do that. He's saying stay strong, and we're going to win this. And these debt clock messages have been preparing us and letting us know what's happening or what's going to what we're being prepared for. And we have divine protection. Trump has divine protection. We know nothing can stop what is coming, right? It's not going to stop. So yeah, you guys, these are exciting times, epic times, and I'm so excited to be able to experience these times with you. So that's all I have on this debt clock message. I will keep you guys updated once I find out more information.
All right. Starting to get a little tired. Sorry. We still got a lot to go through yet. If I were the deep state, what wouldn't they do to keep power?
If I was the deep state and I wanted to destroy America, I would rig the election with a puppet candidate. One that was so compromised that they would never say a word about it. I would create a false flag that allows for mail-in ballots. I would be in charge of the ballot counting machines. I would create a false flag to blame all who question the results of the election. If I was the deep state, I would prosecute anyone that went against me. I would sue and prosecute anyone that spoke up about the fraudulent election. I would use my powers to shut down all your internet businesses and bankrupt you. If I was the deep state, I would make everyone an example why you should never question a Democrat ever winning an election. I would imprison my foes. I would use my corrupt DAs and blackmailed judges to destroy you. I would make sure all crimes I ever committed never happened. I would prosecute my biggest competition. I would make sure they could never run for office ever again. If I was the deep state, I would convince everyone that Ukraine Nazis were good and women are men. If I was the deep state, I would own every politician that mattered. If I was the deep state, I would push my pedophilia ambitions on you. If I was the deep state, you'd question your sexual identity but not the medical establishment. If I was the deep state, you would fear to ever resist me. If I was the deep state, you would wish I was really the devil. If I was the deep state, I would say mission accomplished.
That was pretty well put together, right? That's put together by the Daily Meme team. Combat veteran stand with Trump.
As a Marine Corps veteran, 5 combat tours, as an oil field worker, and as a dad. Today is a win for our country. They're scared, y'all. They're scared. If it ain't obvious now, y'all blind. USA, baby. USA. President Trump, we salute you.
Yep. Lots of opinions, even Don King.
America needs Donald Trump. Today, Donald Trump was attempted to be assassinated. It's the system, the rigged, corrupt system that exists that is trying to prevent the American people from issuing their vote for Trump to become president again by not letting them be on the ballot. So they tried to kill him today. This is what we're up against. Trump can't be bought, bribed, intimidated, or coerced. It is freedom, peace, or death. And so he is demonstrating to the American people that he will never, never surrender. And so not surrendering, they're trying to kill him. And this has been a horrible situation for us here in America to experience Trump assassination. And so I want the American people to realize, recognize, and identify that this is something that we can't allow to happen. We've got to fight back just like Trump would do. And Trump says, never, never surrender. And so we're not going to surrender. We're going to fight back. And even in the time of his stress of his death, he's putting his fist in the air and said, fight back, we're going to fight. So I love the man. America needs the man. America loves the man. And we want Trump to be able to, we got to support Trump, because in supporting Trump, we support ourselves. And this is what we must do for this great country called America, and fight for our country and our democracy and our rights. And Trump is the one who's identifying and exposing the crookedness, the corruptness, the divisiveness of this corrupt, rigged system that we're existing under. But today, the killer is dead. The one who attempted killing is dead, the shooter. And now we are going to go out and fight back to re-elect Donald Trump as our president, so that we can fight this system and do what he said. We will create a whole new system. We will take this system apart. I want to make America great again. America first.
And that was Don King. All right, moving on. Expose them, arrest them, Conservative Ant says. Here we go.
To the person who took at Trump today, why did you miss? Come on, now you gave him what he wanted more than anything in the world, attention. We're losing this election, like.
Oh. Yeah. These are all people who are That's who that is. Chickpeas. Hater, complainer, yapper. Yep. Yep. All right. Get your protection from the hood, Donald. They'll protect you better.
Say President Trump, my president, the United States president. You know who I'm talking to. This could even go to Trump Jr. Hey, if you're going to continue to do these debates in these states or in these little cities, and you want some proper protection, this is just a suggestion. This is just my opinion, bro. Because you have a lot of people out there that love you. A lot, right? And it's obvious that the CIA and all these alphabet agencies don't like you. They don't want nothing to do with you. They don't want to protect you. They don't want nothing. So here's my suggestion to you, Mr. Trump, Mr. President, even Trump Jr., if you get this to your father, huh? Go to the hood. Go get you about 30 to 40, maybe 50 of them ghetto-ass motherfuckers, excuse my French, I don't care if they white, black, right? And on the day before, you give them mugs a particular color to wear to protect you. I promise you, that won't ever happen again. Now listen to what I'm saying. If you decide to continue to do this, and you go out here on these little stages and do all this other stuff, you go straight to the hood, man. Go get you 40 to 50 of them cats standing around on the blocks, on the corners, and you had them protect you. Because I guarantee you, that would have never happened. Because as paranoid as the cats in the hood are, that dude would have never got up on that roof. I promise you. Don't let these people protect you because they didn't want you out there in office in the first place. So you know what? Just a little bit of advice from a little brother from the hood. If you ever come to Washington State, you want somebody up there, man, with you to protect you, give me a call, man. Hit me up on TikTok, bro. I'll be more than happy to stand up there for you. You dig? Just my opinion. God bless.
Yep. It's coming from everywhere. Yep. Here's, I don't remember his name. Mar Emanuel. I think his name is. Here we go.
I pray for President Trump. I pray for him from the bottom of my heart. Mr. President, I pray that you're always healthy. May I be sick and you're healthy. May I be weak and you're strong. May I be fallen and you're standing. I pray every plot that is done against you shall not prevail and be put to shame. And I pray that you are in that White House whether they like it or not. I pray for them. I pray for them. Thank God it was a scratch. But they tried to kill him. I had a feeling that this was going to happen. It wasn't a feeling. It was more so of a, yeah. But I probably would have mentioned it because of what happened to me as well. It sort of, yeah, was left. But I knew. But I knew they will not succeed. I knew they will not succeed.
Yep. Yeah, he just had an attempt on his life a couple of months ago. You know? Yep. All right, we already covered the BlackRock thing, so I'm not going to play that one. The assassinated Shinzo Abe, stabbed Jair Bolsonaro, shot Robert Fico, and shot Donald Trump. But the right are the domestic extremists and are the violent ones. Yeah. Yep. The Trump actions confirmed that I was right to leave the Democrats.
In 2017, I decided to come out in support of Donald Trump and MAGA.
Since that time, over the years, I've sometimes wondered if I made the right decision because of the backlash and nonstop trolling that I receive online. However, after watching Donald Trump stand up in front of millions of people with a visible wound on his face and tell America to keep fighting for what is right, I knew that I had made the right decision and I've been on the right side of history this whole time. It's obvious to me that Democrats do not care about Black people, they do not care about the poor, and they do not care about innocent human life, which is something that Donald Trump does care about and he's always championed. I am more awakened now than I have ever been before, even so more than in 2017. And I will continue to support Donald Trump. Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, God bless you. In 2007.
Yep. Tammy says, sounds like things are heating up outside the RNC in Milwaukee. Anti-Trump visas 1,500 pro-Trumpers, pro-Trump bikers. Yeah, that won't be much of anything. All right, here's John Boyd.
They can't take down the truth. President Trump won't give up. He'll keep rising and help us to rise with him. Much love to you. God bless. They take.
All right. See, I really want to go through all of these, but at the same time, I'm tired.
All politics aside, I'm voting for the guy that just got shot in the face with the RICO Act and 34 felonies against him. This man just got shot at and said, hold on, fight. Donald Trump is now a legend in the hood. Donald Trump eats bullets and acts for seconds. We just witnessed the shot heard around the world, and thank God it was took by a liberal because they got shitty aim. And undoubtedly, without further ado, the man, a gangster, the next president of the United States. Let's go.
Yep. It's going to keep coming. Yeah. Here we go.
For the last hour, I've been watching the videos of the attempted assassination of President Trump. Now, I've gone through a wide range of emotions because this hit me like a freight train. And like many of you, I'm sure we all agree we're angry. But maybe you should be feeling righteous indignation. You see, when they put this man through everything they did, they tried to use corrupt courts to take away his money, tried to put him in prison, discredit among the people he knew his whole life. Well, they didn't just try to assassinate a president. They assaulted the rights of every American that believes in him and was going to elect him president. So the bottom line is you were attacked as well. But here's the point I want to make. If we look back to the assassination of John F. Kennedy or Robert F. Kennedy, it's always the same thing. You see, you got Secret Service protection on a man that's very popular. How'd that guy get on the roof without a little help? And of course, the assassin always has to die so he can't rat on the people who set him up. But here's the point I want to make. You made a decision that it was okay for you to take a man's life. So when the retribution comes, do not ask for any mercy, because I hope whoever finds you ends up putting a level of violence on you that will never be spoken about in polite company again for the rest of history. You made your choice to take the gloves off. So don't cry when you get what you deserve, because you tried to fuck with him, a man, and every other person that was going to vote for him.
Yep. This kid's this is actually pretty.
Dude, hands down, Donald Trump is the most gangster-ass president we could have ended up with. I'm telling you, bro, he's half black or something. I'm waiting for him to drop a mixtape. Hell, drop a diss track on Biden and Putin. This dude got shot today, didn't even give a single solitary fuck. He was like, you missed, you fucking Democrat. That's probably why I don't like guns, because y'all can't hit a damn target. I mean, hell, he's orange. You missed the big orange man? It's been a sad year for Democrats, dude. They done tried to arrest him, tried to impeach him. Bro, they done tried to hit him with everything and the kitchen sink. And nada, playa, nothing works. So you look back at history, what do they do whenever they can't shut you up? That right there. They try to Epstein your ass. Or they try to MLK your ass. Or they try to Marilyn Monroe your ass. Man, us pro-Americans sure are fortunate Democrats can't use a gun the right way. Bro, did you see the reporters after they announced that they had killed the shooter? Hi, I got a question. Did the shooter have a gun? Did the shooter have a gun? No, he had a slingshot full of black jelly beans. It's kind of like reverse psychology, except for it didn't work how they wanted it to be. They thought, well, eliminate him and do all this stuff and nobody will vote for him. It had just turned around and blew up in her face like a bomb. And now everybody's like, yeah, we're definitely voting for that guy.
Yeah. I figure it like this. If the dead can vote, then the dead can be president. You know what I'm saying? All right. Here we go.
Y'all seen the president, well, the nigga that's running, Trump. He got shot, dog. They shot him. This nigga done been shot. This nigga done went to jail. He done scammed people. And this nigga my uncle? Who the fuck? Who the hell? He's black. He's officially black now, bro. This is beautiful. They shot him. He was like, yeah, I'm having a fire. He was fine. He was doing like this and walked out with an American flag on him. Like this. He put one of these, like, I'm a real nigga. Fuck, nigga, I'm out of here. That's hard, bro. I wasn't even finna vote. I'm voting now, dog. He got it. He won. I wasn't even finna vote. I had no skin in the game. I like, that nigga got shot. He won. Fuck the bullshit. He had real ops, nigga. What the fuck? Joe Biden biggest op is the stairs. That's it. He had real ops. Somebody really tried to listen. That's how you know he a real nigga, bro. Joe Biden has been trying to kill himself his whole presidency. So nobody had to kill this nigga. Nobody had to try to kill it. Trump been just ready to go his whole time, and like, we gotta fucking off his ass, and missed. And just skipped his ear and missed. That's crazy, bro. Hey, Mexican nigga, you fuck with Trump? Yeah? Hell yeah, that was good. Huh? You say amen? He not God, nigga, what the fuck? That was crazy.
There's a couple of those now. I'm not worried about Megyn Kelly. I am going to play you something that I thought this was good. Fight with Meme says, heavens, the internet works fast.
Did you see that guy who tried to assassinate Donald Trump this afternoon? He looks like a dork, a wimpy little loser who probably hates America. His name is Thomas Matthew Crooks. Anyways, he's a dead guy now. We'll remember our dearly departed Thomas by his incompetence with a firearm. He was 100 feet from the Donald with an AR-15, but he could only hit his ear. You know, I think Thomas studied at the Helen Keller Institute of Marksmanship. I'll give him an A for effort, but he gets an F for execution. In all seriousness, I know a thing or two about assassination attempts. John Hinckley tried to take me out in 1981. He was a loser too, but he did more damage to me with a .22 caliber pea shooter than this inept dimwit. I went to the emergency room, but they fixed me up. When I got out, I won the Cold War and turned America into the sole superpower on earth. Anyways, Thomas' parents are probably very embarrassed by their now dead moron son. Good night, and God bless America. Did you see?
Yes, the internet works fast. The internet works real fast. Let's see here. All right.
This is a catastrophic failure of the United States Secret Service. The men and women who jumped on the former president, got in between him and a would-be shooter, they're heroes. But if there was a person with a gun within proximity to take down the president of the United States, those people have got to be held accountable. They should be fired. There is no reason that a gun should be within close proximity that could shoot a former president of the United States. That's why we have the Secret Service, and they failed us today. They failed us. Jason, thank you. Jake Gibson. This is a catastrophe.
All right. Yeah, this is something here. Roger Stone and others last night confirmed that the name of the shooter was Maxwell Urich, who was known Antifa activist arrested in 2017 for assault at a PA Trump rally. Now, when you Google his name, you receive this message. Something isn't adding up last night. We don't know. All right. Only 12 days ago, Orange is a new black actress told Joe Biden, now you have the right to take that bitch Trump out. Blow him up. Yeah. All right. Watch this, you Democrat psycho. Here we go.
What's up, TikTok? I got one thing to say about today's news. You had one job. Whoever that was, I can't say it because I don't want no problems. But you had one fucking job and you missed. Thanks a fucking lot. You had one job and you missed.
I thought you only had one thing to say.
You had one fucking job, man. And you fucking missed.
And that's Erica DeBoss 2. 7,500 followers. Yep. Yep. This kid here, I don't even want to listen to him. I don't want to listen to George Santos, even though they're in my feed. This is one thing that people didn't notice.
Lots of breaking news I'm about to cover. As you see, there is a hole here in his chest. Also, this woman was reporting from Times Square showing that the televisions was not reporting what happened to him. And I even went down to Atlanta to the CNN Center and they cut off all the televisions, as well as when I went to the bars, they would not show it regardless. Even when I asked them to put the news on, they said they're not allowed to. Why is there not a single article that is sitting there saying what happened today? Literally some journalist sitting there saying firecracker. Also, this guy was out in the field and he was trying to get the police and the Secret Service attention, and they weren't really paying attention to him saying that, hey, someone is up on the roof. Now, I do want to let you know that he did get up and he let the crowd know that he was okay. He was saying that he needed his shoes, but obviously, like you saw, there was the hole in his chest, as you see here. But obviously, you better know that they're wearing a tight vest. So this is where he was holding the rally. This is where Secret Service was, and this is where the active person was. Also, this was really, really weird to me when I was down in Atlanta. They would not play this stuff on the television. I don't get it. It's very confusing. Tell me what your thoughts are. Take care. God bless.
Yeah. I think part of it is they're afraid riots are going to start because of it. This one here, I'm going to play. This is this video was shot 4 months ago on let's see what's the thing here? Give me this 4 months ago. So oh, wrong way. March. This was recorded on March 14th.
Bringing back America. Because the Lord told me, he said, I am not done with America. Amen. He said, there's going to be a new wave of patriotism coming out. And that's whenever I saw Trump and I saw a red wave coming out of Michigan. And then I saw Oklahoma, and there was embers of people, and they were all on they had torches all throughout Oklahoma, and they were raising up these torches that looked like fire, and they were bringing forth a new patriotism upon the nation. And it was being birthed, and it just kept spreading like fire all throughout America, all throughout. And I saw Trump rising up, and then I saw an attempt on his life. This bullet flew by his ear, and it came so close to his head that it busted his eardrum. And I saw he fell to his knees during this time frame, and he started worshiping the Lord. He got radically born again during this time frame. I'm talking, people say he's saved now, but he becomes really on fire for Jesus, for what I saw coming. And then I saw people interceding when I saw him winning the presidency through great the Lord showed me it would go clear into the summer. Great persecution would come on him through the judges and through the law and all these people trying to sue him and all this stuff. But there would be a stop to it, and there things would start to break free come toward the fall. And then I saw him winning the election through the Patriots coming out and voting, and then there will be a great economy crash. Yeah. I saw they had a great economy plan, a crash. Yeah. Worse than the Great Depression. And the Lord warned me about this. It would be a great dark time. But I saw paddles coming upon America's soil like a shocking of the soil. And I saw Donald Trump praying in the office of the Oval Office, and he was weeping before the Lord with his hands on his head like this, but he was weeping. And there was ministers and people. I don't know if they were senators or Congress people or whatever. I just saw them pacing and back and forth inside of the White House. What is the White House, but it's the Oval Office. Yeah. And they were interceding all inside there. And I could feel the presence of the Lord so strong on this. And then I could see that darkness that was the heaviness upon America with the financial crisis of what I saw coming. It started to lift above the trees, and I saw the blue and the things coming back out, and the green times and the good times coming back again. But the Lord said it would be forth a time of a season of a shaking, and it would be a shaking to awaken. And in this, this would basically that he was not done with America. There would be a great revival come, and it's not all doom and gloom. That's what he said. The sky's not falling. It's just a time of it's like people would say, this is judgment. And the Lord said, do not call this judgment. It's not my judgment. It's a correction. There's correction coming.
I want to ground it in the Word of God. The timing of what Brandon just said is very much in the Revelation 6 timeline. We've gone through the white horse. We're going through the red horse. The black horse is the next one. I want to talk about the green horse afterwards. Remind me of that. Mm-hmm. The black horse is the financial.
Yep, that was recorded in March of 2024. Yep, I wanted to share that with you guys. Josh Dunlop says, remember, Joe Biden has already authorized the use of deadly force against Donald Trump. You remember?
Alert, a major bombshell in the Trump documents case. The FBI authorized the use of deadly force during the Mar-a-Lago raid. This according to documents filed by Trump's legal team. Agents in unmarked polo shirts plan to bring standard issue weapons, ammo, handcuffs, medium and large size bolt cutters, and even lock picking equipment as they prepared to go door to door at Mar-a-Lago. And they did, ransacking Melania Trump's bedroom along with Barron Trump's bedroom. The FBI also took extensive photographs of Melania and Barron's rooms for no apparent reason. Think about this for a second. Joe Biden sent men with guns to his political opponent's house and turned their bedrooms upside down. That's never happened in the history of the United States. And we've had some crazy presidents. This was the former first lady and a professional model. These people are sick. And Biden complains about his son's privacy, hunters. He had armed men rummage through Barron's bedroom. The FBI even allegedly had a medic on site in case someone was shot. Trump reacting, quote, wow, I just came out of the Biden witch hunt trial in Manhattan, the icebox, and was shown reports that crooked Joe Biden's DOJ and their illegal and unconstitutional raid of Mar-a-Lago authorized the FBI to use deadly, lethal force. Now we know for sure that Joe Biden's a serious threat to democracy. He is mentally unfit to hold office. 25th Amendment. Trump's lawyers claim that the former president's constitutional rights were violated. It was an illegal search and seizure. The FBI misled the judge to obtain the warrant, and the raid was executed in an egregious fashion and in bad faith. Nor was there any basis for the FBI to bring firearms into Mar-a-Lago. What was life-threatening about pieces of paper? The FBI improperly seized Trump's passports.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and stop that one there because I'm going to move up to Let's see. Not it. Where is it? Where are you? It's coming up. Hang on. Bear with me, guys. There's it. I think it. Oh, you know what? I think it's all the way up at the top. Okay. Here we go.
Busy weekend, busy morning. It was just announced that Trump's classified documents case has been completely dismissed. Judge Aileen Cannon granted the motion to dismiss the superseding indictment against former President Trump on Monday this morning based on a violation of the Appointments Clause. To say the appointment of Special Counsel Jack Smith as prosecutor for the case had violated the U.S. Constitution. It all started when Trump's defense team had filed a motion long before this, making the argument that Special Counsel Jack Smith was unlawfully appointed. Apparently, Judge Aileen Cannon had agreed. Judge Clarence Thomas notably mentioned the issue of Smith's appointment to the Trump investigations in his concurrence with the Supreme Court immunity ruling earlier this week. Obviously, this just comes days after somebody tried to assassinate Trump, the Pennsylvania rally, and just comes on the very first day of the RNC convention, which starts today and runs through Thursday, which Trump is set to speak at. Because of what happened this weekend, Trump had a whole speech set for the RNC. He had it written, he was ready to go, but apparently he tore it up after what had happened in Pennsylvania and rewrote the entire thing, and he is going to be focusing more on uniting as a country. Trump is also expected to announce his VP, but none of that is going to happen until Thursday, is my understanding. They're going to have all the guest speakers first, and then this is going to be Thursday that this is going to go down, and it's being held in Wisconsin. So more to come on the classified docs and all of the other indictments, and we're just going to go from there.
Yeah. So some good news came out this morning. You know what I mean? And I wanted to make sure that I got that in. Okay, let's.
I'm about to get so much hate for this. You know what? Fine. I don't care. Real talk. I wasn't really a Trump supporter. Definitely not a Clinton supporter. And I wouldn't vote for Biden. I was going to sit out this election because neither option was that great to me. But after watching what unfolded in Pennsylvania and everyone asking, why aren't people running? You know why? Because the Trump supporters represent the non-1%. They're the soldiers on the front lines. They're the cops out there handling all these rallies and violence. They're the EMTs saving you when you overdose. They're the nurses holding your hand. They're the teachers taking care of your children and being underpaid. And I always thought Trump was a sexist, racist jerk, name-calling. But you know what? Watching the way he carried himself yesterday, picking himself up, chanting to the crowd that he was okay and to fight, and chanting USA, that was a thing of beauty. As twisted as it sounds, I know. It really was a thing of beauty. It's a miracle that hundreds of other people weren't injured or killed in a stampede. And watching the way he picked himself up, that man is a true leader, and I know I'll get hate for it, but you know what? Trump 2024.
Savage Lee, yeah, I already read Trump's posts from this morning on True Social. JD Vance is his VP pick. Yeah. All right, guys. I guess Trump's going to be speaking at the RNC. I want to do this one here, and then we'll, what is it, 3:50? So he's supposed to be talking at 7 Eastern time, I think. Wow. Yeah, I'm getting tired. We're going on 5 hours.
Have we shifted? I posted this question to X this morning. Have we shifted? Have we shifted timelines? Did we shift over the weekend? do the thing. Oh, the thing. I've had a rough couple months, but I feel like this weekend it popped. I feel like time was going super fast. I feel like my kids just got out of school for summer break and I already registered them to go back last week. Just registered them for football. Like we didn't have a summer. Over the weekend, it's like things are starting to slow down. Posted to X and a lot of people have replied and they've commented and they've posted their different experiences. And Nerdy Gertie says that they can't think of a guy's name, but there's a guy that's posting about how we've shifted timelines. He gets into the quantum physics of the whole thing, but that's above my pay grade, and says that yes, we did shift over the course of this weekend after building up to it for months, and now things are going to start to get better. I'm not talking about this from a political standpoint. I'm talking about this from a spiritual humanity standpoint. Somebody else referenced to that a shift had happened, a major shift had happened when Kennedy was shot. And then again after 9/11, and then again during COVID, but we didn't notice it as much during COVID because of all the life disrupting stuff that was going on. I feel like timelines shifted on Saturday with the shooting. Kennedy died and Trump didn't. Everybody already knows that this was JFK all over again, but they missed. Did you know that there's a ton of articles that were written about the comparisons between Barron Trump and JFK Jr., Palm Beach in Florida? Apparently the Kennedys, so it'd be JFK, they had bought a little house in Palm Beach and it was the last place that he vacationed at the week before he got shot. And they tie that in with Mar-a-Lago, how Mar-a-Lago is the winter White House. Also talks about the obsession with Barron Trump's graduation ceremony, which you typically don't see in the president's kids like you had with Barron Trump or with the Kennedys. I'm much more of a believer in timelines and interdimensional beings than I am in like ghosts and aliens and things like that. I'm a believer in the thinning of the veil. I believe that you're witnessing a mass great awakening, an awakening of sorts. We're going to go into the age of technology, like real technology, not like your Roombas. Roombas are cool. I'd like a Roomba. Like real grade A life-saving med beds type stuff. I feel like this shift happened over the weekend. Like we have shifted into that timeline and everybody gets to come if they want to, but there are going to be some that will not. That's not a political thing. That is a mentality thing. There are people on the right that wouldn't get to come. They're the black-pilled people. You can come. You won't. You're too pessimistic. You're too skeptical. Let me know what you think. Have you felt different? Have you felt anything? I feel like everything this morning is just better. Am I starting my period? I might be. No? Make any sense anyway. I'm normally a bear when that happens. Okay, bye.
I'm normally a bear when that happens. I'm going to pull this over here and see what they're saying on the thing here. 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 54 seconds. So we got time to do a couple more. You guys are killing me.
To hold my nose and vote for Hillary Clinton. I didn't vote for Trump because I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious, him being really outrageous and offensive.
On Twitter, Vance called Trump, quote, reprehensible, an idiot, and Vance loves Mitt Romney. Vance, in his own words.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. As somebody who doesn't like Trump, I might have to hold my nose and vote for Hillary Clinton. I didn't vote for Trump because I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious, him being really outrageous and offensive.
On Twitter, Vance called Trump, quote, reprehensible, an idiot, and Vance loves Mitt Romney.
I'm a never Trump guy.
That's the real J.D. Vance. Vance, in his own words.
I'm a never Trump guy.
That's the real J.D. Vance.
I don't know about that. Okay, now this one I did see and is in my lineup. Want you guys to watch this guy who's going to come here. And just before the shooting happens, moves all these people out of there.
So there's some buzz circulating around the internet that the Trump assassination was an inside job. And they're saying this video proves it. Look at this. Probably 20 million people. Now this guy right here is a Secret Service agent, I imagine. He looks the part. He is coming over, and it looks like he's getting out of where a shot's about to come from. And he tells these people, hey, you might move over this way.
And you know, that's a little bit old.
And he's staying kind of crouched down, like he's expecting a shot to happen.
Take a look at what happened.
Oh, then a shot happens, and he didn't run to protect the president. He stayed, ducked down. He stayed ducked down, like he's expecting a shot to happen. Oh, then a shot happens, and he didn't run to protect the president. He stayed ducked down. 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 He stayed And I thought he's supposed to run and protect the president, but this guy is crouched down right there. It's like he knew it was coming.
Yeah, I was going to get to that one. I had that in my lineup already. That's why I tell you guys, just wait and see what I play. You might find out that I already have it in my lineup. All right. Yeah. 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Yeah, I'm getting tired. This guy is my spirit animal, the Texas one says. My favorite animal is this guy immediately after his shooting. Okay, at the Trump rally. He's standing up and saying, fuck you. Fuck you. Yep. Yeah, see, Stormy Joe, I don't know if I can follow you anymore because you were wrong on one big thing in your post the other day, and yeah. Here we go.
Well, the political landscape has changed in America after the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump on Saturday night. And while millions of people in the US and right around the world are still processing the shock and the hurt from what happened yesterday, which was an attack on democracy, Donald Trump appears to be emerging from this stronger than ever. This is a man who just survived an assassination attempt, with a bullet coming within millimeters of going through his brain. Donald Trump said he was going to reschedule the convention after what happened, understandably, but he's decided he couldn't allow a shooter to change the scheduling. Whether you like him or not, there is no question Donald Trump is a brave, strong, and fierce leader. And he's right now giving Americans hope, which is what the country desperately needs. Now, we have heard from President Joe Biden condemning the violence.
The stakes in this election are enormously high.
But it is hard to listen to those words from Joe Biden when just days ago he said it's time to put Trump in a bullseye. He was, of course, speaking metaphorically, but let's look at some of the other messages that he's been pushing time and time again in this election campaign. It includes Donald Trump is a dictator. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy.
And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Trump is a threat to this nation. But Trump is even more dangerous now. We're going to engage them and we're going to stop them.
So listening to Joe Biden today, forgive me if I think it's a little hypocritical. You'd think today, one day after the former president was nearly shot dead, left-wing media outlets would just give it a moment. Sadly, that is not the case. Just look at what the New York Times published about Donald Trump today. It reads, he failed the tests of leadership and betrayed America. Voters must reject him in November. Not a lot of empathy for one of the most influential leaders in history who was almost shot dead. I tell you what, we need truth tellers more than ever right now, and it doesn't look like you're going to find them at CNN or the New York Times. Tomorrow, when Donald Trump takes to the stage at the Republican National Convention, I suspect we're going to see a lot of support and a lot of love.
Yep. That's exactly what you're going to see. Yep. Let's check here. Not yet. Not yet. Yeah, when that starts, I'm gonna mute and get up, stretch my legs, walk around, and stuff, and might try and make something to eat or something. I don't know.
Same side. You know, I'm not sure what you Democrats and liberals think. Do you really think that if Trump's gone, 80 million people who voted for him are suddenly magically going to change our minds and be on the same side as you and believe all the crap that you believe? Do you really think that conservatives are going to suddenly start believing in all of these transgender and pronouns and crappy mappy and all this other stuff? Then we're just all going to abandon our religion and abandon our beliefs and our ideals and our morals and our values so that we can just jump on the side with the pink-haired, overweight chick running down the street with a sign in her hand? Trump's not the problem. He's what's keeping 80 million people from solving the problem by telling them to stay within the means of the law. Let that pinball bounce around your head.
Hey, Mr. Sciatica, go ahead and drop that link about the JD Vance thing that you sent me into chat, please. I'm not gonna go back to dig for it. Would you? Thank you. He's the one who sent it to me, so he knows where it's at. Mike Lindell, thank you for your service. Let's see. $86. Oh yeah, 86.45. You guys remember that, right? That was back when the Big C was going on. Remember that? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah. I know where I've seen him before. At Club Fed. These are absolutely the same person. Hang on, give me 1 second here. Let me do this to okay. Let me do this. Open image in a new tab. Absolutely the same guy, and guess what? Same fucking glasses. Yeah. You see it? You see it? This guy is this guy right here. Yeah. We see a lot more than people think we do. Yeah. Here we go. How did the same woman who died at the Sandy Hook protecting kids also get injured at the Boston explosion? Are you all seeing this? Yeah. Laura Logan says, my money is on Bobby Kennedy for VP. I said this months ago, but it has never been more powerful than it is today. Great piece by Brett. He is exactly right. Well, no, because Donald Trump posted this morning on his Truth Social that, what? He picked JD Vance. Yeah. Oh, we got to go here because of Fred. That shit bonkers Britain.
Breaking news here in batshit bonkers Biden land, where clearly the assassination attempt on Donald J. Trump is no laughing matter. However, humour in adversity and all the rest of it. First up, the Secret Service, who decided to wait until after the shooter had shot at and successfully hit the president and killed others before taking him out. You know, far be it from me as a foreigner and former British Army officer to offer any advice, but I'm just thinking that going forward, lads, maybe take the shooter out before he gets to kill people, unless, of course, that was your instruction all along. In other news, Biden has come out with a half-assed response to the assassination attempt. He's very concerned about his vice president, Trump. Perhaps he regrets now saying Trump's a rapist and Trump should be locked up, except, of course, he doesn't remember saying those things because those things happened yesterday. And finally, the award for the most obnoxious broadcaster response goes to Sky News in the UK, which came out with the headline, Trump had a fall at the podium. I mean, he was shot at. It was an assassination attempt. They took off part of his right ear, and you describe it as a fall. You should be ashamed of yourselves. From one British person to the rest of the patriots out there, God bless Donald J. Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
Yep. That shit bonkers Britain. There he is here. Boom. Thomas Matthew Crooks. Yep. All right. Who did this? I'm actually looking to see if there's anything in regards to, there we go.
Are you Darcy Waldron? Yeah? Okay, from Cayuga? And you think that the shooter should have been a better shot? Is that what you posted on Facebook?
I am at work.
You think that the shooter should have been a shooter, huh?
I am at work.
Yeah, I think that's pretty messed up. Pretty anti-American, if you ask me. As a veteran, I'm disgusted. What have you provided to this country? Huh? I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. You are ridiculous. And I'm making you famous. Are you Darcy Waldron? Yeah? Okay, from Cayuga? And you think that the shooter should have been a better shot? Is that what you posted on Facebook?
I am at work.
You think that the shooter should have been a shooter, huh?
I am at work.
Yeah, I think that's pretty messed up.
All right, let me do a refresh on this. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I got to hit that. See, live stream begins July 15th at 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. So other people are reporting that Trump's not going to be speaking until Thursday. I have a feeling that Trump's going to be speaking today. He announced his VP pick, and I don't think he's just going to let it rest at that. Especially since he's gotten the nomination. Yep. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. All right.
Yesterday, at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, former President Donald Trump fell on the stage. Well, that's good reporting, but I think we need more details. Let's try again. Trump escorted away after loud noises at Pennsylvania rally. I still think we can do better. Let's do one more. Trump rushed off a stage at Pennsylvania rally by Secret Service after loud popping noises heard. So we went from noises to popping noises. That's a better context. But I think we still need some more information. What happened here? Trump injured in incident at Pennsylvania rally. Now I'm confused because we went from loud noises to popping noises and now to Trump is injured. I can barely speak English, but I think the two words that we are looking for here is attempted assassination, or maybe something like Trump was shot in the head. But those headlines and many more are how the mainstream media reported on yesterday's assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Why would the media or the more accurate word would be the Democrats, because that's what they are. Why would the Democrats downplay what we just saw and heard? Well, they hate him, obviously. They have gone above and beyond every single possible way to vilify him. Let's watch.
That's the kind of language Hitler used
Watch
in
what
Mein
protein
Kampf.
shakes do to your body.
Duly elected.
Echoing Hitler's words. Just going full on Hitler.
The term vermin was really effectively used by Adolf
You've got
Hitler.
almond
Donald
butter.
Trump parroted the autocratic
Best and worst
language
dinner
of
for your
Adolf Hitler.
That's a horrifying. Sweet potato. Try to find the purple
With
sweet
language
potato. They're the
evoking
highest.
authoritarian figures like Adolf Hitler.
I don't think it's hyperbolic to say that. I mean, that is Mussolini, Hitler-like language.
It's just unquestionable at this point that that man cannot see public office again. He is not only unfit, he is destructive to our democracy, and he has to be eliminated.
He's like Hitler. He has to be eliminated. And even that will be his fault. Seriously. After the assassination attempt, they actually said that.
President Trump and his supporters have contributed to this violent rhetoric as well.
Well, absolutely, George. We were just looking back this morning at some of the things that former President Trump has said.
So first there was no assassination, he just fell. Then it was loud noises, and now after a day, it was an assassination, but it was his fault. Evil.
Yeah. All right, we're going to bring this around. Do a quick refresh. God Bless the USA, I believe, is playing right now. Those of you watching from or watching RSBN at the same time, we're going to keep, we're going to stick with it. Yeah. Yeah, just stand up, stretch your legs. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what happens here. And I keep refreshing because sometimes it goes and it doesn't switch over like YouTube does, you know. I do want to check. Let's go RSBN. Let's go here for a minute and see if it's.
Best and worst dinner for your
I hate this.
Sweet potatoes. Try to find the
Used to
purple
not
sweet
see
potato.
this
They're
stuff.
the highest level
Yep.
of polyphenols.
I don't advise Sleepy Joe lovers to watch this because we're giving away these Donald Trump lighters for an unbeatable price.
Oh, that's a live replay. That's what they're doing wrong. Still says upcoming. Yeah. Go here one more time just to check and see. Yeah, see, that's a live replay of President Trump delivers remarks at Chesapeake, Virginia, 6/28/24. Let's go here. Okay, we're going to leave that off. I see things being moved on the stage. Yeah. Let them finish their song. Actually nice to see a live band. Yeah. What do you mean it's live on YouTube? What's playing on YouTube? And you know I can't rebroadcast anything on YouTube because YouTube screws up. If you guys have a hard time watching me on YouTube, imagine me trying to play YouTube on YouTube. Yeah, it wouldn't go over well. Okay, song ended.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Whatley.
Delegates, guests, elected officials, and Republicans across the country, welcome to the 2024 Republican National Convention. We are honored to have you here in Milwaukee. Just days ago, we witnessed a horrifying assassination attempt against President Trump at his rally in Pennsylvania. We are praying for President Trump. We are praying for the injured. We are praying for the family of Corey Compatore. We must unite as a party, and we must unite as a nation. We must show the same strength and resilience as President Trump and lead this nation to a greater future. Four years ago, Europe and the Middle East were at peace. Our southern border was secure, and our military was stronger than ever. 4 years ago, America was respected abroad, and Americans could afford groceries at home. Tonight, everything is different. Russia has invaded Ukraine. Iran and its proxies have openly attacked Israel, and China is threatening Taiwan. More than 10 million illegal immigrants have flooded across our border, posing a direct threat to our communities, and inflation is crushing families from coast to coast. I am here tonight as the chair of your Republican Party to tell you it does not have to be this way. And I am here tonight to tell you that we have a solution. Elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Only President Trump can unite us and restore our economy, rebuild our southern border, and regain our standing in the world. When I became chairman of the RNC, I pledged to do 3 things to make that happen. First, we are going to get out the vote. Second, we are going to protect the ballot. And third, we are going to hold a world-class convention. As long as I am your chairman, these will be the RNC's only priorities, because our number 1 objective is to win this election. I am pleased to say that tonight we are kicking off the biggest and best convention in the history of the Republican Party, and we are united. This election is not just about the next 4 years. It's about future generations of Americans to come. I am so proud to serve as the chairman of your Republican National Committee and to open this convention. And I am so proud to work with all of you to elect Donald J. Trump as our president and J.D. Vance as our vice president. And to make America wealthy again, safe again, strong again, and to make America great again. Thank you.
Just turning down the music because we don't want the copyright. You know, don't know if it's a live band playing that or if that's an advertisement. But when he starts speaking, oh, there we go. Oh, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin.
That's not Trump. All right, yeah, I'm not going to blow through all these people coming out to speak and everything else. If Trump goes live, somebody else can cover it. Yeah, surround yourself with those on the same mission as you. And I'm going to go try and scrounge up something to eat here. And you guys have a great evening. Remember, God loves you. Christ loves you. I love you. And yeah, peace.